Oh wow. I was muted the whole time. Awesome. Where is it? Let's try that again. Drop. Hey, that's pretty cool, man. I like it. Lost. Maybe not, maybe not. Ooh. Disappear. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I need to close a few of them because it's okay. Alright, I don't think anybody's here, so I want to test out this ad thing real quick. See how that works. Run a 60-second ad break. There we go. Oh, it actually runs an ad, huh? Interesting. Look at that. Look how that works. Okay, cool. Something's eating up my memory today, man. It's lacking. All right, let's go into it. Yeah, I'll leave that on. Okay. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome, welcome. Dude, I don't know why my computer's lagging. It's like, all right, let's play music. How you been? Ready for the weekend? I don't know what's going on, man. It's just lagging. Um, hmm. Is this using? No, it's fine. Our weekend has started already. Busy working. Ooh. Please share. Please do share. What's the side project? Or is it all on the down low on the like can't share yet? What is that? Okay. Man, I don't know what is going with my laptop today. It is liking it at all. You see how slow it is? I got no idea. Vikunshi Chai, what's going on, man? What's up? What's good? I added a new game in the chat, so if you type in exclamation drop, let's see if it works right. If you do that, it should drop. It drops one of those, and then like it's the game is to see if that's gonna hit on the landing spot. Obviously, this is a massive fail. We're just gonna go straight down. Yeah, if you want to play, so hashtag drop. Hey, all right, let's compete. See who's gonna win. Your tasty tea and tasty tea is you. Nice. Oh, I think there's a. you gotta wait like 60 seconds before it goes live again. Oh, dude, you might hit it. You might hit it. Oh, yeah. Damn. 70.39. Nice, man. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm seriously not sure why my laptop's like lagging today. I mean, alright, let's close that out. It's not using. The only thing we got on is Chrome. Do you know what? I'm gonna. Alright, let's close Chrome. Music's gonna go for a bit, but let's just restart. Don't think it's on. Okay. That's slightly better. We can learn JS together. You're good. So it looks good on your end. On my end, it's like 20 frames per second. I don't know what's going on. That's better. Still a bit laggy, but whatever. We can learn JS together. I'm experiencing JS, but I want to fill some black holes in my memory. Awesome, man. Awesome. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's get the music back up. Alright, let's move this out the way. Maybe it's just overheated up. I have no idea. Alright, whatever, let's go. So my memory is a bit hazy from yesterday. I know we went through like, man, after you left Sudoku, we started going through OOP, and it was all about prototypes. And people in the chat were like, no one uses prototypes anymore in the real world. I don't know what your experience is with that. Yeah, you see how it's lagging? Maybe I need an energy drink. I'm just gonna spice up this one too. So are you a coder then? Tasty tea in real life? Or are you just learning for fun? The annotation method, instructor. Okay. How tech is converted, one of her. Oh, really? Huh. So it is used, depending on if you support like old stuff. I'm a web developer with 5+ years experience. We need to research new data type symbol, which was added in ES6 data type. So I did ES6 here. I don't remember data type. You mean the var and the let? Let and const. It's the only thing I know. Although a bit outdated knowing them. Knowing them makes classes make sense and how JS is bundled. Oh, that's prototypes. You mean data type. Yeah, okay. Not a keyword, okay. Yeah, let's see if this teaches me, because I have no idea. I also noticed, like, after this and we do function programming, we've got 21 more challenges, and these are intermediate algorithms. I think these would be fun. I know, like, I struggled with the basic ones, but there was a lot of fun. And We also have something called an intervention. So when I struggle, Sidoji will jump on and just like basically slap me straight. Be like, hey, you're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. And you can hear it in like live code too. So I feel like there's going to be some valuable lessons that are going to come out from the intermediate algorithm stuff. Let's see. So we got a little bit of that. 24 of these. Yeah. So if I aim to finish all 24 here, and then maybe tomorrow we can start diving into that. That would be perfect. So tomorrow we'll start on that. I don't know how long it's going to take. Maybe, yeah. So if we can get this done in 2 days, because I feel like I'm going to be stuck for a while, and then from Monday, right? So maybe Sunday night or Monday we can start building projects out. That's when the real test comes in, and everything we learned so far is going to be reinforced. All right, let's see. So constructors, capital letter. Actually, I think you were here, Sidochi, when you were looking at the capital stuff. Because I was doing an arrow function with a small letter. Oh, arrow dot something with a small letter. Was it arrow? Array dot something. Alright, let's go into that. Set the child's prototype to an instance of the parent. In the previous challenge, you saw the first step. I want to recommend you learn JS. Sure, which website? Challenge next prototype subtype. I'm open to ideas, man. This challenge covers the next step. Set the prototype subtype for bird.prototype is equal to object.create animal.prototype. Remember that prototype is like the recipe for creating an object. In this way, recipe for bird now includes the key ingredients from animal. So let duck. So create a new instance of bird, give it the name Donald, and then duck.eat. And then give it this JavaScript.info. Nice. Yeah, actually, see, I've opened that a couple times. This is like the third time people recommended it, so like, it must be good if you've got developers with 5 years experience recommending it. All right, for sure. I think this is gonna come in handy when we start building stuff. So we'll just have there you go, prototype methods and objects. Alright, that's awesome. Okay, let's move it here. Do you guys see the lag on your end? Or is it just me? Maybe my monitor just needs a restart. Let me check. Let me see. Alright. Great. All the browsers gone. No. Dude, I got no idea what's going on today. There's no lag at all, man. To just be on my end, so for some reason it's doing that. Okay. It's okay. In the previous challenge, you saw the first step. Okay. Modify the code so that the instance of dog inherits from animal. So, got function that's animal. Animal prototype equals constructor animal. Eat. Say function dot dog. Beagle the surname equals Trump. Yeah. We'll do it. What are we doing here? Function dot origin code line let beagle. New dog. Yeah, we can give it Trump. I don't know if it wants me to do something specific. I don't think so. Okay. So that's the new dog, and then we gotta go beagle dot eat. Beagle dot eat. Question of the day: who's the winner? Oh man, we are getting political here, man. Oh wow. No, I'm from UK. What about you? Okay, I mean, need one of these at the end. Actually, there's we already have one. So let's go. So create a beagle, which is a new instance of the dog function. Hang on, no, that should be animal, no? New animal. Who knows Boris Johnson? Oh yeah. Yeah, Boris is getting a lot of heat right now. Okay, I see what it wants me to do. So it wants me to go dog.prototype. Hey, what's up, Evan? No, you want it to be new dog? Oh, just that? Let's take a rest. Start from 120. Destroy all software.com. Okay, what is that? A lightning tool by code manage. Is the token coding or something?
No. Variable, of course, it name errors as.
1 minute 20.
Let's talk.
It's about the rubber duck thing.
Which, as you can see, this is actually a result of how awesome.
All right. I'll come back. I'll leave it open. Just want to finish this off, and then we'll come back and we watch. Unless you think that's gonna help me tackle this, then we can. But I will come back for sure. Do you want to? Okay, you want to be a new dog, and the dog should inherit from animal. All right. So function dog. Let beagle look as new dog, and we want the dog to have this. So dog to prototype is. Yeah, we can just do that, right? Object dot create prototype. Google.e is not a function, so I don't want that. Let's see, console log. Very funny explanation of mistakes in JS. Prototypes, absolute feature. You must skip it and learn ES6 classes. You will not use any work. Okay. The codes are right. The positioning order of the lines is incorrect. Positioning and the order of the lines is incorrect. Oh, so I gotta do that and then then do this. Ah, look at that. No. Why have you got undefined though? What's that called? You dog. Trump. Wow. Rio does not have a return value. Gotcha. Ah, okay. Well, we're still not defined. Okay. I was just testing that out. Alright. Void methods returns undefined. Right, okay. This one. I was basically trying to do this, right? Dr. D. Alright, let's see. Okay. So we got an animal thing. We create a function dog, and we've assigned dog the same animal prototype. And then let a trump equals it's a new instance of dog. Right, and then if I go trump dot e, ooh, nom. There we go. Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So it has to come first, and then alright. 73%. Let's go. Elton, we got a new game. Type in exclamation drop, and let's see if you land. Hey. Nice. Yeah, what did you get? Let me see. Let me try. Whoa, mine's moving way faster than yours. Oh man, I'm gonna completely miss it too. Close. Before I still had a chance. It's rigged, 100%, man. Sudo just rigged it. Okay. Reset an inherited constructor property. When an object inherits prototype from another object, it also inherits the supertype's constructor property. Here's an example. Function bird.prototype equals object create animal prototype. Okay, so we're assigning animal prototype to the function to the constructor there. Let duck equals new bird. But duck and all instances of bird should show that they were constructed by bird and not animal. To do so, you can manually set bird's constructor property to the bird object. So doc.construct bird.prototype.constructor equals bird. Okay. Fix the code. So duck.constructor. How do you think what type of null returns? Type of null. Type of no. Type of no. I don't know, man. Type of no. I mean, you're checking type of a data type. Type of no is true. That's my guess. It's either true or undefined. No. Alright. No. Okay. So if I go type of, I'm not gonna do no. If I do something else, no. Okay. How do you even check type of? You go type of. You need to start from the basics, man. Yeah, went through the basics, all lowercase. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, that's good. Now is an object. String is a function. That's theoretical. String. Now is an object, huh? Undefined is undefined. Boolean is a function. You can freely use type of. Type of no parentheses. Ah. Yeah, got a lot to learn still. Okay, cool. Why is null an object though? Null is nothing supposed to have something that doesn't exist. Unfortunately, in JavaScript, data type null is an object. You can consider it as a bug in JavaScript. The type of null is an object. Interesting. So it's like one of those weird quirks. Boolean is not a function. Maybe start from the program basics, not from the JS basics, because it is an error in JS. No is a type of no. Any resources for programming basics? I should probably add that to my notes. No is an object. Alright, let's go back to notes. Dummies guide, buzzwords. Yeah, I'm sorry. But returns an object just for backward compatibility. I can help you with it if you can help me in one thing. What about this exchange? Sure. What do you have in mind? I can learn JS with you, but you will help me to explain some things in English. Okay, sure. If you're from the UK, it should be easy. Yeah, we can do that. Document instance bird should show they were constructed. Okay. Function animal, function bird, function dog, bird, the prototype. So we're assigning animal prototype to it. duck equals new bird, let beagle equals new instance of dog. The bird and thing. Okay, so we need to change the constructor like that. So bird dot prototype dot constructor, and I think just the same thing but for dog. Discord. You can add me in Discord. Okay. Do my messages have a lot of mistakes? None so far. Everything's perfect. So as grammar and spelling. Looks good to me. Alright. So that should be it. They really don't spend much time on the OOP stuff, huh? Almost at the end, and I kind of have a vague understanding of what's going on right now. A constructor function that inherits its prototype object from a supertype can still have its own methods in addition to inherited methods. For example, bird is a constructor that inherits its prototype from animal. So you got function animal prototype e. Function bird prototype equals object create animal prototype. Okay, so that's what we did last time. In addition to what is inherited from animal, you want to add behavior that is unique to bird objects. Here, bird will get fly function. Functions are added to bird's prototype. So bird prototype fly. Same way as any constructor function. And now instances of bird will have both eat and fly methods. Okay. Yeah. I thought my English is awful because I'm from Russia and learned English on my own. English is good, man. I don't know any Russian. All I know is нет, да, очень хорошо. That's about it. That's my extent of Russian. Okay, let's see if this code's going live. Let's bring this code down here. Alright. I feel like today's been a bit of a slow day, man. We're just getting into it. It's like 12:30. I had a fairly long day, like 10 hours, I think 11 hours at work. Things went down, had to take care of stuff, like my brain's, I'm just getting warmed up. Piroshki? I have no idea what that means. I just know хорошо. Очень хорошо. Okay. In addition to what is inherited from animal, we can have behavior. Here, bird will get fly function. Functions are added as bird to bird's prototype the same way. Yeah, we just did that. Okay. Add all necessary code to the dog object. Okay. Inherit from animal. And dog's prototype constructor is set to dog. Okay, let's do that first. The dog object inherits from that, so it would just be dog.prototype equals object.create, and then animal dog prototype. Easy is beta, pace still good, right? Awesome. Pies. Japanese guys like this Russian word. Do they? Piroshki? Okay. Oh, spell that wrong. Dog prototype, what you create animal prototype. So that should do this. So now dog will inherit animals stuff. And then set the constructor, that'd be dog constructor. No, it's not. Dog prototype constructor equals. Man, I don't know how you want me to do the phonetics using that. You highlight the last letter, okay. Not piroshki, but piroshki. 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 Okay. I think that's right. I don't know. Sounds okay in my head. Piroshki. Alright, so dog and prototype constructor equals dog. So the constructor is now set to dog. Then add a bark method to dog object. Okay. Any Russians would get you Piroshki. Wait. Add the bark method to dog object so beagle can both have eat and bark. So beagle is dog, so I need to add it to dog. I think I would have to do it before I create this instance, right? Or I guess it doesn't matter when I do it. Let's see. So I'll do something like this. So dog dot prototype eat and bark. Dog dot prototype bark is not a function. Hang on, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Oh, equals dog dot prototype dot eat. Okay, the bark method should print roof to the console. Equals function I feel like that's a swear word, huh? Teach me how to swear. Piroshki ili jisen. Piroshki ili jisinya or something. I don't know. What's going on here? Nom nom nom. Hey, that passes the test. Okay, so we've got animal. Oh, we don't need to set it because it's gonna take the eat from here, and it's gonna print nom nom nom. Okay. And then dog prototype the bark, so we're adding the bark to function. And then beagle the bark should be the same. Pies or life? That's a hard choice. Console log roof. Beagle.eat. Is that gonna work, or is it beagle.proto? Okay. Beagle the bug is a console log of Woof. Beagle Beagle Little Girl. I've never heard that song. I've never heard that song. Paizo Life. That should be on a t-shirt. Line 13 is unnecessary. Right, because it automatically takes it from here, right? Because we've set dog to be, of course, right. Let's refresh. Run this code. How do I make it go woof? Beagle dot. I would have to go console log dog dot not dog. Beagle the prototype of bark. Maybe. Nah, that doesn't do anything. Beagle is not defined. Beagle is a new instance of dog, no? Beagle to bark. I don't need the console log, it just does it. Okay. Beagle to bark. Like Dr. D. Beagle to bark. You need to start from scratch. Are you familiar with common programming? I started JavaScript 16 days ago, and before that I did HTML and CSS, which is not programming. So answer is no. I just know whatever this has taught me, minus like hazy memory from only going through it once. So the plan is this, right? I'm gonna go through this entire thing, and then we're gonna start building projects. Yeah, I think I can get to start building this project by the end of this weekend, and then we'll start doing this. And here we're gonna revisit the concepts, and then basically jump in both feet into the water, and then figure out. Now, no other programming experience. Like I said, I started September 1st. I started doing HTML, CSS, and then yeah, it's been, I don't even know, 16 days of JavaScript. That's it. No other experience. 30 days of course for dudes? What do you mean for dudes? Okay.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah, this one's done. %. Let's go. Override inherited methods. So that was a method. Dog.bark was a method. Yeah, and a method is a function within an object. I mean, you cannot learn JS in 30 days, especially if you have no experience. I'm not. I'm not planning to say like I'm not gonna know JS in 30 days. You need to know how a browser works. Alright, let's see. You learn an object and inherit child object, the prototype is object create parent object prototype. Then the child object receives its own methods by chaining them onto its prototype. So child object of prototype, the method name equals function. See, why didn't they say this at the beginning, man? This is okay. You need to know common things like logical operators, like Norman's representation computers. Logical operators and or logical and logical or. I know that because they taught me that, but not number systems. Nah, this course didn't go through that. OOP. That's what we're going for now. You really think I need the basics before I can do that? Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely lagging, man. Let's go. It's going down, man. I'm gonna grab my popcorn and just watch. Second to JS is Python. Okay. All right, let's see what's going on here. So, child object prototype. So inherits the parent's object prototype. Then child object receives its own methods by chaining them onto its prototype. So, yeah, method. It's possible to override an inherited method. It's done the same way by adding child object or prototype using the same method name to override it. So, for example, bird overriding eat inherited from animal. So animal prototype of eat is function function bird inherits all methods from animal. Bird, the prototype is equal to object or create animal prototype. Bird.eat overrides animal.eat. Animal from eat. Okay. Using a program language without computer science basics is a mistake. Assumption is dangerous and has been disproven so many times. It will create a do developer. Man, what is a do developer? I've never heard of that term before. Is that the same as saying like bro science, but in developer terms? I will not discuss with you. I would just say I start to learn programming from 6-year-old. Everyone's different code. OOP is not super necessary in the front end. If you have more rich experience, then feel free to teach me. Damn, it's going down in the comment section today, or in the chat section today. I like it. Alright, so what are we doing here? Also, my computer's starting to catch up. I think it was just overheated earlier. Look at that. I'm warming up. The chat's warming up. My computer's getting ready, man. We're about to go in for the long haul today. Okay. If you have an instance, let duck equals new bird. You can call duck.eat. This is how JavaScript looks for methods and duck's prototype chain. So duck is defined here, no. Bird is it defined here, yes. Execute it, stop searching. Animal is also defined by JavaScript, stop searching before reaching this level. Object Java stop searching before this level. Okay. Nope, we have internet now. What does not necessarily mean? Hey, what's up, Creekburn? Welcome back. What's going on, Firearms? Sorok? I think Sorok is a bot. I don't know if Sorok's ever said hello. I can use a hammer without knowing how to calculate an angular force. Can agree more. Interesting. Okay. Let's go function bird. Bird, the prototype fly is function. So we've added the fly method to bird. Function penguin. Penguin prototype, so it's going to inherit the prototype from bird, which means it also inherits the fly. And then penguin prototype constructor is penguin, so it's okay. Changing the constructor. Hang on, if it changes the constructor, I want to try that. Let me see what that does. Okay, so we have that. And if I say let, I don't know, man. Let ASDF, whatever. Let ASDF equals a new instance of penguin. Right, and then if I go ASDF dot fly, it still has it. I am flying. Great. Just changed the okay. Alright. So what does it want me to do? Override the fly method for penguin, so it returns alas, this is a flightless bird. Okay, so that's what it wants me to do. Right now it says I am flying. The way to do that, I think, is ASDF is a new instance. I have to go within penguin, right? That's what I want to do. So penguin dot prototype dot fly. Would I have to go to the bird level? Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. The fly equals. Wait. How did it change? Child object of prototype method name equals function. All right, function. Let's go into console log. Probably needs to be in quotes. Yeah. And then if I go astf.fly, hey, look at that. So that's okay. I just did it and I don't even. Alright, what's going on in the chat? Let's see. Do not confuse warm with soft. You don't need to about you stay alone, but anyone need a shot. Help you. Professional conduct. Maybe you require level experience difficult in different countries. Damn. There's hostility in the chat. SRMX, what's going on, man? Welcome to stream. Dawn with triple N or quadruple N, what's up? What's going on? Okay, so that works. I think that's what I need to do. So the only thing I need to do to change it is penguin dot prototype dot fly equals. It's gonna be a function because we're creating a method, and console to log. What are we console logging? We are console logging. Alas, this is a flightless bird. Yeah, that should work. No, it doesn't. Okay, what did I do wrong? Penguin of fly. What is working here? Penguin the prototype of fly is equal to function. Hang on, was it working? Yeah, ASTF was a new instance of penguin. And ASTF fly. Barely moving rectangles on a screen. Line 18. Did I add that in there? Line 18, huh? Mess something up. I'm gonna reset the code. Cause okay, this is something wrong. Console log. What, penguin equals new penguin? Why are we doing that? Oh, it's a small letter P, that's fine. Penguin, the prototype, the fly. So we're changing this, which was inherited into this. Is equal to a function. Oh, maybe I just go return to. Maybe it doesn't want console log, maybe it wants return. How's that? Maybe it wants that. There we go. There we go. We fixed it. 85%. Okay, what's going on in the chat now? What does the override function return? I think you were giving me a hint, Creek, right? I think I figured that out. If you want to be a professional developer, you need to know more, including computer science. I see many junior developers who doesn't know the basics. Shame. I have interviewed a lot of them. Damn, okay. I do want to learn computer science, but not in the same order that you want me to do. I just want to be able to build stuff and then learn it afterwards. But if you're telling me that I'm gonna struggle without knowing the basics, then I don't know. We'll see. We'll see now. Like go through the plan is basically go through that. I mean, worst case scenario, I lose 2 months of my life, right? I'm doing something wrong, but I don't think I'm gonna miss anything out. The plan is to do all this, build some stuff, and at that point, if it's like how you said, then I can always go back. 2 months is not that big of a risk for me, but I do want to learn computer science stuff. I think I was looking at this website, teachyourselfcs.com. So I do want to go through this at some point, like maybe a year from now, which goes into like programming, computer architecture, algorithm data structures. I'm pretty sure this is what you're referring to. Like I need to know this to be an actual programmer and not a dude developer like you say. But yeah, it's not at the forefront of what I want to do. Tech lead with over 20 years of experience with no CS degree. You're wrong. You're a gatekeeper. Right. Like I do see Vikunch's point as well, but I also see the other side too. I don't think it's so binary. I don't think it's like so black and white. I think it's a mixture. It's like truth lies somewhere in the middle. And like I don't know if it's like a scale, on which scale. If you're on the 25% or 75%, depends on what your end goal is. And yeah. It means he achieved this knowledge on his own. Are you talking about the tech lead? Alright, okay. Bird, we got Donald with 2 legs, and a boat, warrior boat, is a race boat. Okay, what are we doing here? Use a mixin to add common behavior between unrelated objects. As you've seen, behavior is shared through inheritance. However, there are cases when inheritance is not the best solution. Inheritance does not work well for unrelated objects. Unrelated objects like bird and airplane, they can both fly, but a bird is not a type of airplane and vice versa. A mixin. What the hell is a mixin? A mixin allows other objects to use a collection of functions. So let fly mixin equals function that takes an object of fly equals function. The fly mixin takes any object that gives it the fly and gives it a fly method. Okay. Function that takes in an object Right, you enter an object and then you assigns. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Here, bird and plane are passed into fly mixin, which then assigns fly function to each object. Now bird and plane can both fly. Note how mixin allows for the same fly method to be reused by unrelated object. Bird and plane create a okay. Here we go. Let's create one. So create a mixin named glide. So let glide mixin. That defines a method glide equals. So I need to find a function, right? Function. Let's see. Defines a method glide. Okay, so it's gonna take an object, obviously, to pass. We're gonna pass an object through it. Maybe object dot glide because that's the method. Method name glide, and what does that do? Gives it the ability to glide. Does it just want me to do this? 916. You should declare a glide mixin. Oh, I spelled it wrong. On the bird object. Yeah, but if I pass in bird here, it should have bird dot. Or do I need? Okay, what am I missing? Or do I need a function here too? Function. Alright, console.log. How's that? Oh, I gotta call it too. That's what I want to do. So, glide mixin bird. Okay, so one of the two passed. What am I missing? Glide. Oh, I gotta do bird and boat. Man, come on, just read the. I need to read the question better. And boat. Here we go. We good? Yes. 88%. Always good on basics. Hey, what's up, bud? Day 16 indeed. Man, we are powering through. Should be abstract data such as algorithms. Doesn't matter which language you use later. also do it for boat. See, I just saw that. I wasn't reading the chat, but yeah, we got there. Glad the prototypes are done. Man, it's almost done. There's a few things left. We're still in prototypes. There's a couple more to go, and then we're good. Like Indian devs? Do you know the term Indian code? No, what is that? I'm learning a lot today, man. What Japanese guys like, Indian terms. So that's where you were going. Hey, but and Creek too. If you type in exclamation drop, see what it does. Hey, let's see if you can land on it. Let me do it too. Oh man, dude, Bird's about to win the first time. No way. Oh, 1.63, very close. So that's where you were going with this. Has he tried to offend me? I honestly, I'm not sure what's going on, man. I think you both have valid points. Where are you going with? I'm going the way out. Sudoji had the highest score. We need like some kind of score tally that's gonna keep the highest score or something. That'd be fun. But yeah, Vukush, man, I can't pronounce your name. Vikush Chai. Man, here's what I think. I think there's different goals, people have different goals, and I think you're both right. Like no one's wrong here. It's just depending on your goal, right? I mean, if you wanna like dive deep into it and become like a proper programmer and do all that stuff, yeah, sure. But if you just want to build websites, like I don't know, just basic JS will do, right? Having said that, though, I actually do want to learn both of them. I do want to learn both of them. Like I showed you this thing, computer science. I do want to do it. It's just not the first thing I want to do. But then, like I said, it's brand new. When I go through this stuff and it turns out that I can't do what I want to do and I need this information, then I'll change, right? I'll go in and start studying it. It's no one's wrong. It's just some people are writer. Hey! This is a perfect time, right? Object-oriented programs. I guess it depends on your objective, right? Who's right? Like if your objective is to do what Vikunsh wants to do, then he's 100% right. But if your objective is just to build stuff, right? Depends on what results you want. That's what I think. I mean, I'm a complete beginner, so you guys can hash it out. But man, do you remember what your score was, Studijo? Yeah, his name's very hard to pronounce. Studijo. 70.56. All right. So, man, I gotta beat that. I gotta beat that by the end of the stream. I'll keep trying every. Let's see. Oh man, didn't even. Okay. I opened the parachute really late. Yo, I'm about to hit the middle. Ah, come on. See, it's gonna bounce back. It's gonna go. No, it's not. It's gonna go outside. Oh god, come on, man. Elfenhar's about to get some points though. Hey, Elfenhar might beat you, Suducha. Oh damn, look at that. 71. He's now in the lead. Alright, GG's, man. GG's. GG's. Okay, maybe I need to do it so it doesn't go away, right? Alright, after the stream I'm gonna look into seeing if I can keep that score at the bottom permanently.
the tower. Every four computers now have primary control of critical vehicles.
All right, what are we doing here? What's going on? Wait, isn't this done? This is done. Oh, also, yesterday we were talking about this. Like, I don't think everyone is here towards the end. Like the first $100 that I make in donations or subscriptions, whatever, we're gonna donate to Free Code Camp. So if you like what they do, if you want to help them out, like yeah, please donate, and then we'll donate it all. I think right now I'm on $9. I don't know if I'm gonna get the entire $9, but so if I go to come on, create a dashboard, insights, channel analytics. Yeah, so right now we're at 974. So once it hits 100, I can withdraw it, and then we're going to donate it to Free Code Camp, the whole $100. That's the plan. Therefore, any part of the code can easily change the name of the bird to any value. Wait, what? Bird has a public property name. It is considered public because it can be accessed outside of the bird's definition. Bird.name is Duffy. Therefore, any part of your code can easily change the name of bird to any value. Think about things like passwords and bank accounts being easily changeable by any part of your code base. That would cause a lot of issues. That would indeed. So how do you not do it? All right, gonna step out for dinner. Happy studying. Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your dinner. I hope it's chicken, delicious chicken. See you in a bit, man. It's not fair though, man. It's Wait, hang on. So Elephant just comes in, drops the high score, and just leaves. Alright. Boss moves. Yeah. Okay. Okay, simplest way to protect it is by creating a variable within the constructor function. This changes the scope of that variable. Yeah. And this variable can only be accessed by methods also within the constructor function. Methods also within the... Okay. Hatched egg equals 10. Publicly available method can use... Alright, let's... Yeah, I'm actually gonna add this to... Alright, let's do that. Quit while you're winning. Right. Always leave on a high note. Okay, what are we doing? Protect within an object. It's called a privileged method because it has access to private variable hatched egg. Have you used a strict OP? No. JavaScript is the first language I'm learning. And then if you can count 2 weeks of HTML and CSS as language, then yeah. But I don't think there are, so no. He's learning how to program. Yeah, this is completely brand new to me. Okay. Change how weight is declared in bird, so it is a private variable. Then create a method to get weight. Change our weight. Okay, so I gotta go let weight equals 35, and then create a method. Okay, so I'm just gonna I'm trying to basically emulate that right now. This dot get weight is a method, so it's a function. Return weight. %. Understand the immediately invoked function expression. Function console log chirp. This is an anonymous function that executes right away. Anonymous functions, huh? Alright, let's see. Code. Note that the function has no name and is not stored in a variable. The two parentheses at the end of the function expression cause it to be immediately executed or invoked. This pattern is known as immediately invoke. Okay. Discord real quick. Alright. 2 seconds. Crap. What am I doing, man? Not working. Okay. Where's the music come from? Alright, there we go. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, good.
All
So, congratulations for going this far, and welcome to Anonymous Functions.
right. Yeah. So this is one
So
of those things.
remember, I think it was a couple of days ago when I was blabbling about the function signature.
Yes.
Yeah. At that point, there was something that was left out that I was worried about, and that is anonymous functions. So a function signature is a signature because it's how you identify a function. I guess it's how JavaScript will also identify your function.
Right.
So as the head of the function, there's a function name, of which, let me see. An example here is make nest is the function name.
Right.
And in parentheses are the arguments or no arguments that forms part of the signature of a function. The name of it, the arguments it takes, and at the end, it's the body of what you go. Yeah, it's the head and the body. The head comprises of the function name.
Yeah.
And what do you call this thing? Yeah, and the arguments it takes. And if you notice with anonymous functions, that's one special case where the signature is different in a sense that it doesn't have a name, hence anonymous.
Right. And also, when
Yeah.
you call it, you just put these two without a name.
Uh, see, what's funny with this one, what you have to be careful of is you define your anonymous function inside what are these things? Parentheses. So if you remove the first closing brackets and the semicolon at the end,
You mean that, like that?
right on line 10, yeah, right on line 10. And yeah, there's when you copied that, you left, yeah, remove both those last two characters also, the opening brackets and the semicolon also.
Oh yeah.
And not the whole thing. What do you
I'm happy. I got like a trigger finger, but for delete button, I got a delete finger.
yeah, you just deleted everything now, so your function is
It's dead.
pretty much broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
what you need in your function is a closing brace. Closing brace is gone. Could you copy Bert's comment?
okay. Okay.
Bert has. Oh yeah, sorry, he was expert. I thought he was helping you fix this thing.
He's got
So,
something else.
uh, how you define an anonymous immediately invoked function is, yeah, Bert has like some commentary also, so it's not he wasn't really helping you with the code, but rather commentary.
All right. How's that?
Yes. So let's do it like this then. How do we? Yeah, I think this is it, but remove the stranded brackets at the end.
These two. Okay.
There's like stranded brackets. Yeah, remove those ones. And Bert's found the issue previously that you're missing the opening one right at the beginning before if. There's an opening
Line 10 in the beginning.
parentheses
Oh,
that is
here.
missing.
Is that what you said?
I don't before if. I don't know how to
Before.
what is it a parenthesis if it's like one of it? No, you put it in the wrong spot. I said before if for function. So
Okay. Okay. There. How's that?
yeah. So essentially your yeah, so this works. So here's what's going on. Within the first opening parenthesis and the closing one,
Yeah.
right right as you've highlighted it,
Mhm.
that is basically the definition of the function, but that does nothing unless you call that function. You can never call this function anywhere else in your code except for where it's defined, hence its nature of being an anonymous function. And just like Bert is saying, see look at it as all that code you've highlighted as what is line 5 without the opening and closing brackets at the end. So for you to invoke immediately that function, you have to make line 5 work and see what you've highlighted, make nest.
Yeah.
That's the name of the function. From line 10 to 12, there's no name of a function. So we have the exact definition of the function,
Right.
how it's defined. But for line 5, we're using a reference to a defined function that's defined somewhere else. So we can reference make nest anywhere within our scope or within any line of code. But unfortunately for this anonymous function, we can only use it where it's defined, as we have nothing to reference it with.
Right.
It has no name. So to use it, you just shove in opening and closing parenthesis at the end.
Straight after here, right?
So when your code runs, whatever is inside function, all the defined yada yada that goes inside your anonymous function will be immediately executed,
Okay. Why would I want to do
and you will
this?
never see your function again. Uh, It does come in handy in some case. Oh, it comes in handy with scoping. To briefly explain scoping, see, when your function is done running, everything inside the, the code block, of which is the opening brace and the closing brace, goes away. You'll never see it again. So you can have like multiple named variables outside your scope, but properly named ones that are used with let and const.
Yeah.
So essentially everything inside of there will go away. That helps make your code cleaner, as when you have like shitloads of code in your website, you know that nothing will be conflicting with any other thing inside your anonymous immediately invoked function.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's another version. We might as well do it anyway. I don't know if they'll show you sooner or later. Uh, we have to write the same anonymous function, but in a arrow function sense.
Oh damn. Okay. So arrow function didn't have the function. I don't think it even had function. It
Yeah,
just had something like that.
yeah.
No.
So to change this to be an arrow anonymous arrow function. Nope, wrong place, but close. The arrow has to go after the parentheses.
Oh. Damn. This is just squiggles, man. It's like hieroglyphics from a caveman could have wrote this back in the day. Like, do you know what I mean? If you get rid of like this.
So yeah, and in terms of formatting, I'm not sure if readability is going to help in this case. In a sense, that's are you still going to be able to recognize the formats and essentially the signature, because you know yourself, you're going to start writing this with missing characters, missing closing brackets, semicolons in wrong places, and braces everywhere.
Yeah. Oh man, look at that.
Like for now, let me see what's missing. Oh yeah, I think the red is only complaining about empty whatever empty. To return something empty, you either have to like write return on its own with a semicolon, or return in curly braces. I think parentheses complain, but curly braces will most likely not complain. Yeah, that's now essentially a string.
Okay.
So yeah, man, continue with the lesson, and I'm still coding some stuff here.
All right. You don't want to share what you're doing, right? You mentioned it a few times. Side projects, but you keep it on the down low.
Yeah, the thing is, I always like jump into these complex side projects that I can't explain to anyone, and yeah, it's a mess.
Okay. Okay.
I essentially cannot explain what I'm doing, but I know where it's supposed to go.
All right. Cool. Maybe one day I can
Yeah,
see it. Hopefully.
yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, maybe this is the one out of dozens that I've abandoned.
All right. Is it a business project
Eh,
though, or is it like just something?
Yeah, it happens when you start. Like anyone with side projects will tell you, there's like loads and loads of abandoned side projects in some archive somewhere. Ideas that never got finished.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Cool. Well,
eventually, you're gonna get to that.
yeah.
It's a revealing experience.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Thanks for jumping on, man.
Anyways,
Appreciate it.
continue with this thing. Hopefully, insights is fruitful this time.
100%. Definitely, as always. All right. So, get the music back up. All right. So, what you saying about? You can split if you split line 15 into 2 lines. Okay, I've already deleted it. This is a technique that is used to make sure that you don't add things into the global scope. This is not done. This isn't done directly anymore. Modern techniques handle this for you. You can uncomment line 20. Man, I deleted most of the stuff, but alright, let's go back to wow, so many changes. So function console log yo. Oh, we don't need that. It's const f function and then colon f. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, so if I wanted to make this anonymous, I just delete the name, so we don't know who it is. So it's anonymous, and then just do that. Oh no, I think we need one more, huh? We need this. Wait, where's the closing? No, we don't. Oh, maybe we do need that. Added that at the beginning. Okay. It's a technique used to make sure you don't add things into a global scope. Yeah, hopefully the projects we build will have examples, because I see what it's doing, but I'm not sure why or the use cases, but I'm sure it's going to be useful. All right, let's move on. I think we've got one more to go. 96%, there we go. Maybe this is the arrow part. Oh, no, it isn't. Look at that. Use hey, here we go. Here's an example where we would use it. An immediately invoked function is often used to group related functionality into a single object. For example, an earlier challenge defined two mixins: glide mixin object, detection object, function fly mixin. We can group these mixins into a module as follows: let motion module equals function. Okay. Return glide mixin. These two parentheses are called function to be immediately invoked. Right, so this function doesn't have a name. Does this function need to be here though? If it doesn't have a name, we don't need a name, right? It becomes an anonymous. Alright, let's see. What are we doing? Create a module named fun module to wrap the two mixins. These two. Fun modules to return an object. Alright, okay. So let fun module equals wrap the two mixins. Okay, so this is going to be a function. That does that. Oh, we need a return. Oh, so bad. Okay. Okay, and then why is there two of these? Oh, before the function here. Right. Function is a function declaration. You can only interact with it by assigning it to a variable and naming it. Function is an expression, so the function can be called. Okay, cool, awesome. What's this thing called? IIFE. Immediately invoked function expression. Okay, that's where the expression thing. Okay. Yeah, so this is the normal function that I've seen so far. Although this doesn't have a name. Oh yeah, you can only interact by assigning a variable name in it. This within the thing. Okay. So that's why we've got that. So function, all of this. Man, I'm gonna reset the code. Oh, I'm confused. Alright, yeah, reset it. Start from scratch. Alright. So if I bring this, so we're gonna create something like this. This is a yeah, anonymous stroke immediately invoked function. And we need to create a module named fun module. Equals a function. Peak 917. Hey, what's up, man? They still teach IIFE. I'd say that's pretty rare nowadays. Okay. Everyone's saying like prototype, IIFE, and there's something else that people don't use at all. And I'm here learning. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Yeah, you said the thingy handles it now. The frameworks handle it automatically. Creek said that earlier. It might have been Bert. Yeah, it's good to learn, but okay. But this is the very last one. After I complete this, we're moving on to functional programming. Okay. wrap the two mixins in. Mixin is basically a function that takes an object and then assigns this to that object. Yeah. So it wants me to execute all of that within here, right? Do I need return? Maybe we do. Oh, I see. Return. Okay. Good. Functional programming is where the cool stuff happens. All right. Can't wait. Yeah, we're very close, man. Functional programming. There's a bunch of algorithm challenges, and then we start building projects. And I'm hoping that's where all of this is going to come together, and we'll get some magic. All right. Bert has got some pictures. Let's see. Yes, always a me, man. There we are. You're already dead. Nani? What? Are you talking about functional programming? Oh man, okay. It's really gonna be that? Oh, that's... okay. Glide mixing. So it's creating... It's basically... Okay, that's a method, right? Because it's a function within this thing. And then object is cute. Why is cute? We add an is cute method to whatever object. Return true. Alright, and then sing is a I'm missing the closing to that. That's what I'm missing. Yeah, and then sigmixin is a function that does that. This is to close that out. This is to close that. Okay, need to one more to close the entire thing. Right, and this closes the anonymous function, and then we need two more to call it straight away. I think that's it. Yeah. 100%. Wow. Dude, we've been here for 2 hours already. 2 hours already? Okay. Finally, OOP is dead. We can get rid of it. Oh, I'm surprised it still passed the test with that code in there. But okay, yeah, OOP is done. Still very fuzzy in my head, but hopefully by the time we build projects, we'll revisit them and it'll make more sense. And yeah, we need to donate. If you donate to me, once I hit the 100, we'll donate to PayPal or free code camp. That's the plan. Or maybe I should do a matching thing, right? That would make more sense. Yeah. Is Thingy still in the chat? We might take a quick break. No. He's left already. Hey, let's see. Drop. We got to beat was it 70 73? Someone got 73 74. 5.44. Oh man, you keep going down. Hey, at least you won this round. I gotta wait 60 seconds. Creek, where you going, man? Going straight down. Maybe I need to change the settings so it doesn't wait. I don't know how long it has to wait before we can drop again. 60 seconds, something like that. Don't know, man. It's rigged. Also, what the hell is that next to my camera? Yeah, I need to. Oh, there we go. Now we can do it. Oh no! Go this way, man. Oh, might be onto something. OOP may come as an interview question, so knowing the main principles is a good thing. This article is good front on that. Alright, sick. Let's check it out. Always can subscribe programming. His caps. How long is this? Alright, let's quickly read through. His capture. Encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and polymorphism. 95.65. Damn, you hit straight in the middle, almost in the center. You gotta clip that. I don't know how to clip it, but I think you can clip it. That beats Elfin by a lot. 95.65. Damn. Okay, yeah. So that is when you set a. This is a different language, but I see what you mean. So this was like, no one can access it. Abstraction means concept idea which is not associated with any particular instance. Yeah, I got no idea what those are. Alright, we're gonna keep it in our back pocket. 2. I'm never playing this game. Dude, I think this overlay thing might be what's you're moving really fast there, Sudoju. Oh damn. Computer's frozen, dude. Say I'm not playing anymore. I'm back, but see, my browser's frozen, man. We're stuck. It's forcing us to take a break. Definitely forcing me, because I don't know what's going on. Oh, there you go. Man, the only thing different between yesterday and today's stream is this drop game. I feel like this drop is making me lag for some reason. Doesn't make sense why though. Although it is a browser-based game, right? Huh, maybe. We'll see. No need to dig into it now. Okay. OP article. I said I'm not playing anymore. Come on, man. You won the first time. You can do it again. I believe in you. I haven't won a single time. What do you mean? I should be the one who going, I'm never playing. Alright, let's get rid of that. We will come back to this. This can go away. We will watch that later. If I don't think he's still in the chat, is he? He wanted to watch it. I think he's gone.
Now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah, he's long gone. Alright. Functional programming. I'm gonna stand up. Let's see if we can get this done in the next 2 hours. So we've been streaming 2 hours already. 2 more hours. And see if we can resolve. Functional programming is an approach to software development based around the evaluation of functions. Like mathematics, function and programming map input to output to produce a result. You can combine basic functions in many ways to build a more and more complex programs. Functions. Okay. Independent from the program or variables, they only depend on arguments passed into them. And functions try to limit any changes of said program and no side effects. Alright, let's jump right in. A solution to simple isolated functions without any input process output. Pure functions, same input always gives the same output. Functions with limited side effects. The members of free code can happen to love tea. I like tea. I don't know if I love tea, I like tea. In the code editor, the prepare t and get t functions are already defined for you. Hey, look at that arrow function. Get t takes number of cups. T cups, empty array. Cups equals 1. Cups is less than the number of cups. Less than or equal to. Cups plus equals 1. Const teacup equals prepared tea. Teacups are push teacup. Return teacups. Call the get tea function to get 40 cups of tea for team, then store them in the T for team FCC. Return. T. That's what he wants. I think that's what he wants. 4%, damn. Yeah, I'm still not used to the way the arrow functions are noted. Alright, okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Understand functional programming terminology. The FCC. Man, this is functional programming has a lot of text. Normally the other lessons have had like 3 lines of code and then 2 paragraphs. The Free Codecamp team had a mood swing and now wants 2 types of tea. Green tea and black tea. Client moods are pretty common. Yeah. With that information, we'll need to revisit getT function. getT. We can modify getT to accept a function as a parameter to be able to change the type of tea it prepares. This makes getT more flexible and gives the programmer more control in the recursive change. But first, let's cover some terminology. Callbacks are functions that are slipped or passed into another function to decide the invocation of that function. You have seen them passed to other methods, for example, in filter. The callback function tells JavaScript the criteria for how to filter an array. Functions that can be assigned to a variable, passed into another function, assigned to a variable, passed into another function, or returned from another function, just like any normal value, are called first-class functions. In JavaScript, all functions are first-class functions. Right, because it's creating a variable with a function and you're calling. Are you calling that? You are. Yeah, okay. The functions that take functions as an argument or return function as a return value are called higher order functions. Return a function as a return value. When the functions are passed into another function or returned from another function, then man, this is just like prototype, but it's just like functions all over. How many functions on this page? If I can spell. We have some functions going on, man. Okay. Okay, this feels like I should take a note of this. I should probably remember what these are called. Alright, where's my notes called? Hey! Shiducho hates losing. Close, I feel like it's gonna go just over though. Next time, man. I don't know why it's blocking that, but I'm gonna allow it. Weird. Add permitted term. Function can be assigned to a variable like any other thing in JS, just like a string. To pass a function around, you use the function name just like you would any other variable. The function only gets called once you put open and close parentheses after the name. Okay. And then, okay, yeah. Like JavaScript, yeah, okay. What's it called? Terminology. There we go. Alright, what are we doing here? Prepared, we should probably make it bigger. Prepare 27 cups of tea, 27 cups of green tea, 13 cups of black tea, and store them in tea for green tea and variables respectively. Note that getT function has been modified now, so it takes function as its first argument, right? Prepare tea. The data number of keys. I'm going to discuss this more in later classes. Okay, so green tea, black tea, just outputs black tea, getT. Teacups, cups, da da da. It doesn't show me what the prepare tea function looks like though. Okay, only change code below this line. T for green, team C equals. Okay, no, I see what's doing. So I need to call getT. What's prepared? Is there a prepared T function? And then number of cups would be. How many do they want? 27 of green tea, right? I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? 13 here. So if I call the getT function, which is that, it means I prepare T function and number of cups. The number of cups is fine. I don't know. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Winwood? Welcome. The prepare T function is passed in as the first argument of getT, right? So which function do you want to pass in as a first argument? Which function do you want to pass in the first argument? Oh, dude. Oh, those are. Oh man, yeah. Yep. So that's gonna be T. I completely forgot we had those. That is the function. Yes. 8%, okay, that makes sense. What's going on, Winwood? What are you up to? How's your projects coming along? Functional program is a good habit. It keeps your code easy to manage and saves you from sneaky bugs. Before we get there, let's take a look at an imperative approach to programming to highlight where you may have issues. In English and many other languages, the imperative tendency to give commands. Yeah. Often statements change the state of the program, like updating the global variables. Classic example is writing a for loop that gives exact directions to iterate over the indices of an array. Nothing much, I'm lazy. Man, you say that every time. I don't believe you. I feel like you work in silence. You're just making moves but not telling anybody. SC too risky, what's going on? Alright, Winwood, type in this in the comment. Basically, if you can beat Sudoku, like, you're doing good. Alright, there we go. um, Classic example is write a folder that gives exact direction to iterate over the indices of an array. In contrast, functional programming is a form of declarative programming. You tell the computer what you want done by calling a method or a function. Man, I keep losing. Mine never lands. Yours is stuck too. JavaScript offers predefined methods that handle common tasks, so you don't need to write out how the computer should perform them. Instead, for loop, you could call the map. Seduja doesn't give up, man. Uh-oh, next time. There's a map method which handles details of iterating over an array. This helps avoid semantic errors like off by one errors that were covered in the debugging section. Consider the scenario. You are browsing a web in your browser and want to track the tabs you have open. Let's try to model this using some simple object-oriented code. A window object is made of tabs. You usually have more than one window open. The titles of each open site is held in an array. After working in the browser, opening new tabs, managing window, closing tabs, you want to print that tabs are still open. Closed tabs are removed, and new tabs, simplicity, are added to the end of it. Okay. The code editor shows an implementation of this functionality with function tabs open, tab close, join. The array tabs is part of the window object that stores the name of the open pages. Okay. Alright, now we're actually getting into more. We're combining everything we've learned so far into like. Okay. Examine the code in the editor. It's using a method that has side effects in program, causing incorrect behavior. The final list of open tabs shortened should be sp gets but the list produced by code is slightly different. Alright, what does it actually do right now? I don't think I need to open that, right? There's already a thing here. Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab, Netflix, YouTube. Oh, this should be Vine. It's missing Vine. Gmail is missing Workmail, Docs. It's missing a bunch of stuff. Alright, let's see. Tabs is an array of titles to each site open within the window. So a variable window equals function that has tabs. And this.tabs equals tabs. We keep a record of the array inside the object. Okay. When you join two windows into one window, window.prototype to join. Okay, prototype's back. Window.prototype join equals function other window. This.tabs equals this.tabs.concat other window.tabs and return this. Join two windows in one window. When you open a new tab at the end, window.prototype tab open. Function takes tab, this tabs, push, new tab. Okay. When you close a tab, function index. Variable tabs before index, this dot tab splice 0 index. Get the tabs before the tab. Yep. Tabs after index, this.tab splice, index plus 1, this.tabs before index, concatenate them, and return this. Now, perform the tab opening, closing, and other operations for final tabs. Equals social window dot tab open. Open a new tab for cat memes. Join video window dot tab close 2. Close the third tab in the video window and join work window dot tab close 1 tab open console log. Man, that's a lot going on in there. There is a lot happening. So if we take a look at what it's console login final tabs to tabs final tabs. Close tab, tab, join. Bro, that escalated quickly if I had the prototypes back. Man, this just went from like easy pace to straight up shot through the roof. I understood like 20% of it, but I'm sure we can figure it out. Tab open, tab close, join. Examine the code in the editor using a method that has side effects. It's using a method that has side effects, which apparently is between these lines. There's an issue. The final list of open tabs should be Facebook, GitHub, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, which is social window basically, right? Yeah, Facebook, GitHub, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. Facebook, GitHub, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. And then it's doing dot tab open. So it opens a new tab, which is new tab. Join video window dot tab close 2. Video window closes the second one, 0.2, so Vimeo's gone. So Netflix, YouTube, and Vine. Netflix, YouTube, and Vine, so that's fine. Dot join work window close, so work window close that, so inbox is gone. Inbox is gone, so it'll be Gmail, Workmail, Docs, FreeCodeCam, new tab, right? Yeah, inbox is gone, so Gmail, Workmail, Docs, FreeCodeCam. Okay. I mean, okay. So I can read that and see what it's trying to do, but apparently it doesn't work like that because if you take a look here, it's a new tab. What are we missing here? New tab, Netflix, YouTube. All right, we mess up after YouTube. Like this here, something breaks apart. Fine. Docs, FreeCodeCam, and new tab is also fine. Okay, so tabs closes messed up. Function, which takes an index variable tabs before index. This dot tabs dot splice. Index plus 1. Does your high score still hold? No. But beat you, man. He almost had a perfect score. He had 99 point something. 95.65, sorry. 95.65. That's the score to beat. Yeah. He came in late minute. Swooped in, man. Flew in. It's all the meme power he has. What is going on here? All right. Why is this one got a bunch of variables and the other ones don't? Sudoku wants the high score, man. Hey, you might get it this time, no? Oh, that's gonna be close. A bit too fast. Oh yeah, done with OOP. Yeah, I just finished OOP and now into functional programming, and I'm now playing a drop game instead of focusing on what needs to be done. Okay. Okay, so apparently it's removing the incorrect tab. Function. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so it should have closed the third tab in the video window. Third tab would have been... Hey Ruba, what's up, man? Thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow. What's going on? Oh, I'm missing it. So it's closing... It should be closing the third tab in video window. It's 0, 1, 2, 3. Right, should it be closing Vine? No, it should be closing 0, 1, 2. Because computers don't count like we do, because they're dumb. So it should be closing Vimeo. What's it doing? No, I did close Vimeo. Vimeo's not there. That's fine. Alright, let's see, right? So okay, so we've got this array, and so in this line, we're gonna close a third tab. So 0, 1, 2, well, 1, 2, 3. So Vimeo's gone. Doesn't get rid of that. So we're now left with those three. And then this thing, what it does is closes the first one. So it's gonna get rid of Netflix. And then it opens a new tab. Right, closes the first one, opens a new tab, so we're left with YouTube find a new tab. YouTube and Vine. Should have been left with Netflix, YouTube, and Vine. Can I explain something on Discord? Yeah, 100%, man. Please do, because I am... Yeah, I'm just I'm just going in a loop right now. Let's code. Where's this code at? There we go. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. How's it going?
Oh, okay. Oh, nice to talk to you. So the thing is that I saw the previous exercise and I glimpsed at this one and I didn't really like it because, okay, so it's the first introduction in functional programming and suddenly they hit you with this big blob of
Yeah.
So I was thinking of, okay, so how can I give two simple examples for explaining two concepts and this way you can at least understand the idea behind them. So I'm going to send you some code
Okay.
and then I'm going to walk you through it. 1 second. Yes. So do I send it in general or which chat?
Are you in yeah, either or, man. Whichever's
Oh,
fine.
there is the JavaScript channel. I'm going to send it there. So it's this.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah. So this is the first example explaining the first concept. So basically we have, let's say, a plus one. It's a simple function. You take a number and you add one to it, and a square function which takes an element and squares it, multiplies it by itself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So then we have a weak loop. It's weak because you write almost the same amount of code, but it's less flexible. What it does is, as you can see, result I is equal to result I plus one. This plus one is hard coded. It doesn't call any external functions. Someone has to know this function by heart in order to understand what was the intent behind this loop, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
So how can we improve it? Well, in the second example, hard-coded loop, it's once again hard-coded, but at least it's calling an external function, plus one. So we have a plus one function, which we can use in many other contexts, and we also use it here. So that plus one is no longer manually written, but it's only the plus one method. What if we wanted to use the square method? Now we have to write a second hard-coded loop function, right? Which is redundant.
Sorry, could you run the
So
second one again, please? So array plus one. That's where I got lost.
yeah, okay. So we have result I is equal to plus one array of I, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, and then in the hard coded loop we have result I is equal to plus one array of array I, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say 2 days from now we decide we wanted to actually use the square method. We have to go back and then replace plus one plus underscore one with the square, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But let's say 2 more days after that, we're like, oh no, we actually wanted to do both. In some code, we wanted to use one of them. In some other code, we wanted to use the other one. Then we have to copy the exact same code in the hard-coded loop and make hard-coded loop 2, which uses the other method. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, how can we solve this without having to duplicate hard-coded loop? And this is where we come to passing functions as variables. If you go to super loop, we are passing a second parameter called transform. And this transform could be any transform. It could be plus one, it could be plus three, it could be multiplied by five, it could be multiplied by seven, it could be whatever we want.
Right.
And similar like in the previous, in the hard-coded loop, we call transform on the ith element in the array, and we set it in the result. Yeah.
Yes. Result I. Yeah.
However, this time transform is not a predefined function. It's a function that we pass in to superloop as a second argument.
Right.
And as you can see in the bottom, we have const numbers is an example of a numbers array. Well, we first console log the numbers to see that it's properly set. Then we console the weak loop. As we could imagine, it should return 1 plus 2, 1 is 2. So it should return 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah?
Yep. Yep.
Then hard-coded loop achieves the same thing. Super loop numbers, and then we pass in +1 as a transform function should achieve the same thing. But super loop numbers, comma square should achieve the squaring. So it should be 1 squared is 1, 3 squared is 9, 5 squared is 25, 7 squared is 47. If you'd like, you can copy this and
Yeah.
paste it in a browser to run it and see if it works.
Right. Let's do that. Whoa, what's all this? Get rid of that. Paste this in. Okay.
You see?
Yeah.
So with super loop, we can achieve both effects, but we don't have to rewrite for let I blah 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 blah. We just pass in a different second argument. And with the other ones, we cannot do that. With the other ones, we have to write the whole function all over again.
Wow, man, this is crazy stuff. Okay. Okay. I see what that's doing. This is hard coded loop and numbers. What was this one? This one was.
This is the wake loop. The second line is the wake loop. The third line is the hard-coded loop.
Oh, this is just the console. Okay, yeah. So yeah.
And the last two are the super loops, which use functions passed as arguments. The +1 function passed as argument and the square function passed as argument.
Damn. Okay. So,
It's probably gonna take you some time to wrap your mind around it. Honestly, it did take me some time as well.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, because right
But
now,
I
like,
think,
I see what it's doing, but then I'm like, man, where do I start to like even
yeah,
understand? Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you said that. It took you a few days. Oh, it took you
yeah.
some time.
But the important part is that with callbacks or with passing functions as arguments, we can achieve the effect where we have to write the for loop only once, and then you
Yeah.
can change the behavior inside the loop from outside the function.
Man.
It's a really powerful idea.
Yeah. I can see. Damn. Okay. That's insane.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then if you like, you can think more about this, or I can show you the second example, which is about a different concept. It's
Um.
deeper than this one.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly think about this. So we've got this thing, right? And we're passing this array,
Yeah,
but we're okay. So on this one, plus underscore one. What was that again? Plus underscore one comes from this function,
yeah. +1
which
takes an
is
element, adds 1, returns the result.
right. So that's the transform result. So loop through the array, loop through all of that, and then result, which is this array, the ith element is going to be transform, which is this form.
Mm-hmm.
So one plus one, that'll be two. So if you take the first one, like one, it would be two, right? That's going to return two,
Yes, exactly.
and then you push in two into it. Okay, gotcha. And then the other one, square, is just times in it, and it's going okay. 1, 3, 3, 5, 5. Okay. I see it.
Yeah. So basically, you can start a function in a variable and treat it as a variable, and you can call it from whatever you want, wherever you want. And in that variable, it doesn't care which function you store in it. It could be a +1, it could be a square. The variable itself doesn't care. JavaScript doesn't care as long as it's actually a function.
Right. Awesome, man. Yeah, this is helpful.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm ready to move on to the next lesson. So let's do it.
Okay. And the second example is about a different concept. I think it's more related to this exercise, though I didn't read the current exercise because
Yeah.
I was doing other things. But I noticed that it actually asks you about this concept. I think it may help you if you understand the concept first, without having to look through dozens and dozens and dozens of lines of code.
Okay. All right. Let's put that in.
Yeah, you can just plug it in. and we can observe the behavior. So now we have mutable transform and immutable transform.
Right.
And side effects means that somewhere you call a mutable function. Now, what does this, how do they differ in behavior? So we have unsafe numbers and safe numbers. The numbers themselves are, they don't care if they're safe or not. Unsafe and safe refer to whether you use them safely or you don't use them safely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So mutable transform is unsafe because it is very difficult to predict if you call multiple functions on an array because you don't know which one has affected it. Now, what does it do? So you pass in the unsafe numbers in the mutable transform, and as you can see in the mutable transform, it replaces the element in the array that we pass in. It doesn't create a new array, it replaces them within the same array that we passed.
Right.
So unsafe before calling the mutable transform and after calling the mutable transform, unsafe number variable, the unsafe numbers variable itself has changed. It's no longer 1357, now it's 2468.
Right.
So this means that if you see unsafe numbers on a given line that it's 1357, then if you see it again in another line, you cannot predict whether it will be that value or a different value or something entirely different, because in between someone may have called a bunch of mutable functions on it.
Right. Yeah. And it's just changed it. Okay.
Yeah, so now unsafe numbers change with time.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on where you are in the code, time could be the different value and the numbers themselves could be different. Now, with safe numbers, they're safe because we apply an immutable transform. What the
Okay.
immutable transform does is it achieves exactly the same effect, except it doesn't modify the array that we pass in. We create a new array and we modify that.
Gotcha.
So we have a new array, we add the numbers to the new array, and the original array is preserved. And we also have the result of the transform. Now we may choose in the code to no longer use the original array because we don't care about it. But if we choose to use it, and if we've only used immutable functions on it, we don't care where we see it in the code. It could be on line 1, it could be on line 3 million.
Yeah.
We know for sure that it's going to be exactly the same as long as we use immutable transforms.
Awesome.
And side effects is when you call a function which you think that it does something to one part of the code, but it actually affects other places of your code as well. So it's a mutable transform.
Okay.
And yeah, and in this question, I saw that they ask about
Side effects.
So, yeah.
Okay. Nice, man. This is so helpful. You have no idea. Like, like
You're welcome.
it makes so much sense. Like, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Is the concept clear? Do you have any questions about this one or the previous one?
No, the examples are quite straightforward. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very easy. Thank you.
Yeah, if you still struggle with the current exercise, I can try to look it up and then come back to you with,
All right.
more explanation.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Okay,
All right.
I'm disconnect now, so I can still listen to your music.
Sounds good. Thanks again, man. Oh man, that was good. I don't know if there's any beginners in the chat, but I hope you found that as valuable as me. Exactly. I was telling the last time too. He really knows how to explain in like an easy to understand way. Yeah, that was good. All right, let's get out of Discord. Intervention for the win. Hell yeah. Yeah. Whenever there's an intervention, maybe we need like a big red banner says intervention and then flashes. Maybe. Do you know what would be? Oh, dude, I think we need someone who knows how to code. Hint in anyone who's in this channel. If we could make a bot, you type in exclamation intervention and then it just screams up. You teach. I know you said you taught as a TA, teaching assistant for a while. Yeah. You teach in private lessons. Nice. Yeah, that was really good. Okay. Where can we hire you? But do you have a website or any place anyone can hire you? Struggle to see even onboarding a junior is a struggle. Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was valuable for me as a learner, and then I guess for you guys who have to teach other people, maybe you can take pointers and then learn his teaching style. So it's valuable for everyone. So far, I have one student and we already know each other. Nice. Yeah, okay. Cool. I'm just thinking I may be able to help get you more. I don't know how. Maybe there's a way to get more coding students. Yeah, you gotta start streaming, man, and start. That's one way to get people, right? Teach other people live, like what you did for me. Okay, so what's happening here is we're doing the mutable thing where it's updating something else when it should not be when it should have been updating something else. I'm updating my website too. Awesome. Updating my website using Next.js. What's your website, Elfin? Elfinhard.com? Is that what it is? I don't want to load it in case it's just some random website. Ooh, edwinnelia.com. Let's check it out. So this is currently on WordPress 2015. Bare bones are scrubbed in. Okay. Beginning of a new journey. Pivoting myself to become a front-end engineer. Human-computer interaction has always been a passion of mine. 2014. There's information about the most information about the beginner is advanced. To find something in between is hard on top of that. So when you said pivot, what did you do before this again? You doing backend stuff or?
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
IT infrastructure, networking, okay. Cool, awesome. Music. Wait, you're a musician too? Or is it just your favorite music? Okay, favorite music, gotcha. Wait, it was actually arranged by you? If I play it, is it, am I gonna get a copyright strike? Probably not, right? Because it's yours. All right, I'm gonna risk it for Edwin, man. If it happens, oh, that's mine. All right, awesome. Let's where's my music? Oh, there we go. Let's pause that. All right, which out of these four is your favorite? Like you think is your best work out of these four? Midnight, Little Town, Shepherd. Oh, Little Town. All right, sick. Is that you playing too? You already paid it? Oh, damn, okay. qualities. Okay. What was this performance for? Christmas concert. Okay, nice. Hey, look at that change of pace. Man. Alright, we're gonna keep it playing in the background, but like, ooh, stop playing. So I played the guitar a little bit. I tried to learn the keyboard, and then like I couldn't, like my brain couldn't differentiate. Like I could go bum 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 bum, and then as soon as this came in, this would do the same thing. I couldn't do two different things with two hands. Like I tried, and then I just gave up. Cause I was like, man, I can't do it. That has to be a bit too loud. Woody, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so it's doing something that it should not be doing here. Variable work window equals. Yeah, okay, I see what it's doing. So we shouldn't be using variable there. We should be going variable. No, sorry, here. Tabs, formula, list of tabs, splice. The dot push method on arrays modifies in place. Splice. What was splice again? Oh, I got it in my notes actually. Nice implementation of map. Oh, is this the map? Yeah, it talks about map somewhere here. Here, the map method. Have you done reducing filter? Only I use the full letter sync and await. I see. Also for reach. Portion by merge with. Let's see. Splice start amount to delete. So it deletes it, so I can't do splice. I should be doing slice, maybe. Leaving the array code upon untouched. Just try Haskell. Yeah, that was awesome, man. I don't know how long you've been playing the piano, but that looks like years and years of like practice to get to that level. So that's awesome. So what's your new website going to be? same kind of content with different design. Let's get the music back on. Oh, what are we missing? Same kind of different design on different platform. Nice.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Okay. First cell.app. Oh, look at that. How was that done? Was that JavaScript? How that looked. I'm gonna refresh just to watch that again. Insatiable curiosity. Software engineer specializing in building user interfaces. User interfaces. SVG and Vivus.js. Vivus.js. Hey man, doesn't want to work. Alright, cool. Okay. You're in California. Travel to Hawaii. How's it 2015? Yeah, I like the animations and stuff on there. I have no idea how I would build that. So maybe when I build, yeah, I just need to start building stuff now. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, tab open, join. So basically, so similar to how we had this, we had different functions, and then we're calling the function in this thing. Right, so we've got window is just tab is an array of titles. We keep a record of array inside the object. List of tabs equals tabs. When you join two windows, function other window. This of tabs equals this of tabs to concat. And when you open a new tab, push new tab. But when you okay, I think we don't need to do splice because splice start index and amount to delete. Access description original code. Yeah. I think you can access this thing, you know. If I just send you this link, survival and incognito. Yeah. So if I just send you this link, you should be able to access it without having an account. Alright, I'm gonna try and figure this one out myself. Let's see. Should be able to. Come on. This can't be that hard, right? Okay, apparently it removes the incorrect tab. Should be that, but okay, close for now. Oh, there should be that instead of that. It is. Okay, I'm basically trying to understand where it went wrong, so I know what went wrong, and then I'll see if I can work my way backwards and figure out why it went that way. That's my thinking right now. I don't know if that's the right approach or wrong approach, but let's see. So it should be given this, but it's given this, right? So if FB gets a Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab. So all of that is good. FB get a Reddit. Do you know what? Let's. Alright, let's move this side by side. So we start with social window. Social window is FB, Getter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. And then dot tab open. Tab open is function this dot tabs dot push new tab and returns this. This dot tabs dot push new tab. So it pushes new tab. Right, which is this new tab here? Okay, so this was dot tab open. Hey, do you know what I should do? Anyway, okay. I was thinking I could maybe console log final tabs after everything and see what it's doing instead of trying to manually find it. Anyway, okay, tab open. Join. What does join do again? Join goes other window. It just concatenates those tabs. Okay. So social window, which is so far all of these, is just going to go ahead and join. Just going to join video window minus the second tab close. So Netflix, YouTube, and Vine. So that's what we get here. Okay, but it's missing Vine. It's missing Vine because it's join dot tab close 1. Tab close 1. Tab close 1. Indexes, so that's the index. 1 in that case would be YouTube, no? Actually, let's see. So if I go, this is what you have to change. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can figure out. I have a rough idea what to do. Okay, let's define this. That's was it not liking? Oh, we can't create an instance because we don't have anything there. Okay, whatever. Window is. Yeah, we could. Okay, so when you close a tab, just close that tab and leave the. But when you close a tab, it should be removed from the array, and that's kind of what slice does. So if it's index, if we close the second tab, for example. Hey, why are you starting at 0? Oh, he's getting the tabs before. Okay, so if we're at 2, so get everything before at position 0 and 1. 0, 1 and 2, between those, 0 and 1. Before tab, after tab, index plus 1. Plus 1? Should it be plus 1? Oh, see, oh, that's how I see this thing. Nice. So on line 22. All right. Just copy that. Let's put it in here. Okay, it's bad. Let's try again without my notes. Netflix, YouTube, Vine, Vimeo, Vine, which is just video window. I missed taking right. So 0 and 2. Gmail inbox workload free dogs free code cam. Gmail dogs free code cam. Hey, look at that. So you're supposed to close Vimeo, but you close Vimeo and Vine by mistake. Yeah. Then you need to close Inbox, and instead Inbox and Workmail are closed. You're closing 2 consecutive tabs instead of 1. You need to look on the internet the proper way of removing ith element in an array. Okay. Because those are going away, then what we have instead, FXU2, find view and go on Gmail docs, free code camp, yeah. Okay, so I think the join thing is okay, it's just these two are messed up. Easiest way to figure out faulty logic is delete it and write it. You don't even need to read how they're doing at this point. Okay, alright. I'm gonna follow the advice and just go with it. I think concatenation is fine. Yeah, we'll keep this in for now. Yeah. Okay. I think we have to spend another week just going over this again before I can start building projects. Because right now this is like, whoa, what is going on, man? This tab splice index 1 in between the console log should spine. Just a bomb of code, take your time. Alright. Yeah. What the heck? Okay. Anyway. We know what's wrong. But deletion is wrong. Let's see if we can figure them out. Let's get rid of all that. Okay. Get the tabs before the tabs. We can get rid of that for now as well. Actually, that might come in handy. Come on. Window the prototype to join. There's a function. You need to delete the element at index in the array. There's the tabs. Alright, let's reset this code. Did you ping me? Someone ping me. Interesting. Oh. Someone didn't ping me. So this is trying to get before the tab and after the tab. So, I mean, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3 is the tab. It's trying to get 1 and 2 4 and 5, then concatenate those. That's what this is trying to do. Well, at least this line here is. Right. Okay, let's test that out. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So string dot splice star gonna be 0, 2. So that's gonna give us 1 and 2. String still gonna stay there. String is now 3, 4, 5. So it actually deletes it, right? Okay. And then we need. That's the problem, because once it's gone, string dot splice. That was doing, what was it doing? Index and index plus 1. Index plus 1. So index was initially 2, right? Yeah, so it's doing 3. So it's deleting. So it's deleting 3, 4, and 5. In this case, because if you like, I can explain this code. Yes, let me struggle for a bit though. I feel like I should be able to figure this out, and then I will definitely need your explanation to like distill it. But I think I need to struggle. I need to earn that, man. I need to earn the intervention. I think, and then okay, right. So this is the problem here, because it's using index. The index changes because, well, not really, because we're not removing from the thing, but removing it from tabs before index. So that's not entirely true. Alright, let's go back. So string. Come on. Alright, set it back, and then I go let before equals string dot splice 0 and 2. Let after equals string dot index plus 1, 3. And then let combine, I guess, equals 4 plus after. Does that work? Look at that. Because splice actually removes it from. Yeah, I think the splice might be the problem. We just need to copy it. Copy would be slice, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. So yeah, before equals. Okay, 1, 2, 4, 5 doesn't quite work. At least the string is still preserved, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. array display start index, number of elements to be deleted from start index and number of elements to be deleted starting from start index. So this is a tabs place, start index is 0 and number of items delete. Okay, so if you're in the index position, let's say the second position is deleting. Okay, is it clear what needs to happen in window.prototype.tab? Window.prototype.tab. Oh, window.prototype.tab will close. Oh, this one here. Given an index. Right, let's say I'm gonna open a bunch of tabs, right? New tab. Well, so if I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 open, and I close this one, it should have 4. So when I close that one, whatever I closed, yeah. So the problem is in this implementation here. Start index. Just go on Discord, this isn't providing. You think? Okay. Alright, okay, give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we'll start a countdown and then we'll go. How do I start a countdown? Uh, 5 minutes. There we go. Alright. Okay. Get to tab before. The problem though is it removes it, right? That's the thing. So hey, what's up? Luminosity, Pizza and Co. That should be tomorrow, man. Today is functional programming and watch me struggle. Watch PT struggle. Man, we've been on this question for an hour and a half. No kidding. Damn. Okay. I got 3.5 minutes. Tabs display 0 index. Tabs of index. This is tabs display index plus 1. So I think this here is basically won't work because it deletes it. Once it deletes, index plus 1 doesn't make any sense. Index plus 1 only makes sense if the original thing didn't change.
Every core computers now have primary
This
control of
dot
critical
tags.
vehicle functions.
Okay, let's see what you said. Okay, one more time real quick. Let string equals. Yeah, we can do that. Oop. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. String dot. Do you know? I feel like we should do slice and not splice. Oh my god, that's what I need to change. Because we were removing the because when you spliced it, it was changing it. But when you copy it, you're just copying it. You don't remove anything, so the index plus 1 still holds true. All right, let's go on Discord. It took an hour and a half. I get it, but I don't get. So my questions right now is, I know we spent 2 hours today and then 2 hours yesterday doing all this dot and all the we did all the object stuff and we're doing prototype and stuff. But right now, when I look at all of this together, my brain's just going, "What the heck is going on? Like, what's this? Like, when it says this as what is it referring to? And what's window the prototype?" I feel like I need to, like, when you learn new concepts and you just need to wire for your brain to process. Maybe I'll just get a good night's sleep tomorrow, come back and I look at it and I'll be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's what that meant." But hey, we got it done. All right, I'm gonna jump on Discord with you now, and see what we can go. Oh, Studio and Buzz already on there. All right, let's move you guys here. Hey, how did I do?
The struggle, man.
I paused the music. I solved it at the end, but like, wow.
Honestly, with this one, I couldn't even start thinking where I'd chip in to help because there's just so much text everywhere and so much code everywhere. And I just thought, nah, I have my own problems right here. Let me let you struggle with yours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you like, I can share my screen so I can share something interactive.
Yes, please. I didn't know you could do that on there. How do we do that?
Screen and
Inception. This is going to be interesting.
Can you see my screen now?
How do I? What's? Oh, look at that.
I think
Wait, let
you
me-
hover over the name and then watch stream.
Can you see it now?
Let me click on you. Watch. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
You can see my screen. Is
Yes,
that
I
okay?
can. Amazing. Amazing.
Okay. So first of all, here this part, yeah. So I could solve it in one line, and it's clear. So you just look at this line of code. The less line of code, usually the less freedom to make mistakes. Yeah. And the way they had it initially is by having like a very complicated logic in 4 lines of code. So with the console log on top and the bottom, we observe that there is an issue with the logic, right?
Right.
Yeah, so you could choose to try to get into the minds of the people who wrote the code, try to reverse engineer their thought process and try to fix their own way of solving it, or you could just look up what you need to do, how you can do it fast and efficient, and just even delete crappy code if necessary and put the correct solution in there in a simple manner like this. And this is going to save you a lot of time. Just because someone else wrote it doesn't mean that it's a good solution. Yeah. Another thing that is going to help you is console log statements. This is the peasant way of debugging, but I think it's really useful, especially if you don't really need to debug a lot. Basically, these act as probes. So at the top of a function block, let's say, it tests, what is the starting state of the function? At the end of the function block or at the given, so I could have more code afterwards, yeah?
Yeah.
So at the end, I could have another console log and say, hmm, does it do what I assume it does in the lines in between, yeah? And if there is mismatch between what you assume it should do and what it actually does, there you go, you got your problem. Now, the thing is that the more lines of code you try to catch, like let's say you have like 15 lines of code, yeah, then if the assumption is correct, awesome. Now you don't need to check 15 lines of code one by one. You're just done with this. You don't need to worry about them anymore. But if it's wrong, which line of code is wrong? It could be any one of them. So the more lines of code you test in both, the higher the chance that one of them will be faulty and you have to start looking into the details. But if you're lucky and they're all right, then you can say tab close works all right, let's check the other functions. And I think this could save you a lot of time.
Nice. What I don't understand is how did you console log it? So what is all that? Close this tabs.
Okay, so it goes back to the OP. Basically, this refers to, okay, so I'm gonna walk you through the code and explain to you.
Okay.
So window is a function. Uh, I think this basically creates a window, yeah? And a window has tabs. Tabs could be anything, but as we can see here, yeah, it creates a class window. As we can see here, it instantiates a window instance, yeah? So similar to how we have dog class, but we could have German Shepherd and Collie and Golden Retriever and etc. We could have multiple instances. So here we have 3 window instances. I can even try to visualize it to you.
Okay.
Here is my second window instance. Here is my first window instance. Does that make any sense? And in
Yes.
the
Okay.
first window instance, I have multiple tabs, and in the second one, I can have multiple tabs. Yeah, and then I can try to merge them. Now, I'm gonna merge them manually by taking the tabs one by one. Yeah, so this is what they intend to mean by join. When you join two windows into one window, it takes all the tabs of the first one and concatenates them with all the tabs of the second,
Right.
like we just did here. Yeah. And we have multiple windows. We have 3 windows with different tabs. Now, tab open does this. You click on a tab open and it creates a new empty window. And tab close, ideally, if I delete this tab, it should delete this one. And it shouldn't delete others. In your case, when I delete this tab, it deletes both this and this tab.
Right. Yeah.
This is what we detected with the console log. Yeah. And this means that we have faulty logic in between. And the logic problem is that instead of deleting one tab, you delete multiple tabs. Now, how are tabs represented? This is these tabs. This is how it looks like. Because this goes here, this goes here, and this goes here. So when I call these tabs here, it refers to this array.
Right. Yeah.
Does it make sense? Yeah. And when it refers to this array, basically this whole exercise not simplifies to the following problem. You have an array, delete ith element function, yeah, and you have this tabs is equal to this, and we have index, delete the element at index position in these tabs. This is what this exercise simplifies to. Instead of here, we just solve it here. This is the solution. The way Splice works is it takes an array, so these tabs, it takes a starting position, and then the second argument is how many items we want to delete from the starting position. Now, the problem they had was, well, it's complicated logic to read, but I assume what they do is they have a one-off error, And instead of deleting this tab and then keeping all the left ones and all the right ones and joining them, they delete this tab and by mistake they take not these items, they take these items. So this second tab is also dropped by mistake.
Right.
But no need to do that. Just write the a simpler and more correct solution in the first place, if you could. Do you have any questions?
No, that makes sense. I do have questions, but it's more of um, I just need to get used to the syntax. Like when he ran
Okay.
through like all the instances, now everything I learned 2 hours ago is coming back. It's like, oh yeah, you,
Yeah.
you create an instance, okay. Um,
Also, because this exercise, like it's not you have to solve 3 exercises and you're done with the whole free camp. You have to solve dozens upon dozens upon dozens of exercises. It's not really useful if you spend like an hour and a half on the same exercise. If it's taking you too long, it may be better to even look up the correct solution
yeah,
and try to reverse engineer from that and move on because that's more important than being stuck on this exercise. Because if you think about it, what is it you're actually learning? Nothing much.
okay,
So not simply because you have like what 50 lines of code doesn't mean that you're gonna learn 50 times the amount of things you learned from the previous exercise. It actually has the opposite effect. How much time did it take you to figure out what's going on here? It took you like 5 or 7 or 10 times the amount it took you for previous exercise.
yeah,
And what you get in return, you get minimum benefit. You've seen this function before.
And the console log.
You didn't solve it not because you couldn't solve it, but because you were overwhelmed with not really complicated, unnecessarily overly complicated exercise.
right,
Yeah.
yes, okay,
So
man,
don't be afraid to ask questions. Huh?
you make it sound so simple. Yeah,
Yeah. So don't be afraid to ask questions and don't be afraid to look up answers if an exercise is taking you too long. It's not the idea that you solve everything manually by hand. It's the idea that you learn as much as possible in the least amount of time.
no, that makes sense.
Uh,
That will make sense.
Bert, did you cover the this keyword?
Yeah, well, he had a whole section of this keyword and the prototype keyword. I think at this point he knows more about them than I do.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I heard him ask, "What's this for?
yeah,
What's
yeah.
this referring to?"
Yeah. Well,
Oh
the thing is,
man,
he had to go through them in a very short amount of time, so he's
Yeah,
probably like, "Oh, it sounds, it looks like I've seen it before, but I don't really understand it." He
yeah.
just needs a little bit of more time, and he'll get used to it.
I learned something new about this. I think 3 weeks ago. This in JavaScript, like how it's related to how self is passed on in Python. So the this keyword will take you, if not months, a couple of years to understand, and it will never stop you from from continuing. But
Okay,
yeah, this,
okay, all right.
Yeah.
yeah,
The thing
yeah,
is, you never use prototype and you never define a class like this. This is so 2010 thing. The only
yeah,
reason I'm not explaining how it's done nowadays is because you have lots of exercise and probably
no,
I don't know if you want. If you like, I can show you how it's done nowadays.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Let's see it. We can
Okay,
compare.
so yeah, there's something else I've been working on, but I want to utilize the coloring for JavaScript. So basically, what you write is class, and then you name your class. So in this case, window. And then you can write whatever method you want. Yeah, so this is a function you're defining. You have free access to the this keyword. This refers to a window instance. Okay, I can write it as doc. I think it would be easier. So let's say woof, and then console log woof woof. Yeah, and then we have constructor is a special method. So if you write constructor, this is what's going to be executed when you use the new keyword. Yeah. So let's say new doc, and we say here number of pause. I think this number of pause, number of pause. I think Lex is easier.
Right.
And name. This name is equal to name. Yeah. So I think it's much clearer. You see class. It may be about classes. you don't see function and you think, is this a function? Is this a class? Yeah, I think it's much much clearer.
And when you take that and shove it into some compiler somewhere, it's gonna spew out like function.dog and some prototypes and whatnot. So basically, this is so outdated. They're teaching you
Yeah, and
what
so let's
what
say
compilers do.
Right.
Sparky is equal to new dog Sparky, and then we have const spot is equal to new dog spot. Yeah, so let's take this and go to a browser, press F12, and why did it make it? Okay, I don't know how to expand this, but let's say Sparky and spot. I didn't pass in the legs, that's why it's undefined. So here I have to pass in 4 and 7. 7 legs.
Nice.
Yeah, so spot, bam. And use it exactly like before. The only difference is you actually see it's called class and you know it's about class. You see constructor and you think, maybe this is executed when I construct an instance of
Right.
dog. And not look at the function and think, is this a function? Or is this 2010 JavaScript shenanigans?
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, and you don't use prototype. Like you know what prototype is used for? It's used for built-ins like array. So if you want to modify array, you never create array in your code. It's created by JavaScript.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to modify that, how do you modify it if the class source code is not in your code? Then you use prototype, and you don't use it. It's people who build libraries for JavaScript who use it. You just take it for granted that someone else has done the dirty work. Unless you plan on building a library. By that time, you'll probably be comfortable with it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh
Yeah,
wow.
so don't worry
Right.
much about prototype, and don't worry much about this arcane syntax. No one uses nowadays. Just know that it exists and use what's more intuitive to you.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think they should come more naturally to you. Like you don't need 15 lessons to understand how this works. You probably look at it and you have a vague idea of how it works already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it. Do you have other questions?
No, it's just that don't spend more than 20 minutes on a problem. That's one, right? You defeat the purpose of trying to learn,
Okay.
and then yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna let you continue working then. I'll be in the chat.
All right.
See you.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
See you later.
Also leaving. See you in the
All right, man. Oh man, yeah, I definitely need a break after that. That was insane. That was insane. I gotta win this. Anyone else want to play? Luminosity. Just drop in a. Oh, so close. I think I'm about to hit land. Nope. We all failed. Oh man, that was some intense stuff. Okay, this passes. So most importantly, don't spend too much time on exercise. The more things to learn as much as you can, in as little time as you can. That is, yeah, makes sense. Let's get some music back up. Well, I'm gonna need to take a 5-minute break. Yeah. Functional programming. Time for a power nap. Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. for you, right? It's almost half 3 for me. Inject sleep in your veins. Yeah, I think part of the problem is also like how they teach it. They teach you like they teach you A and then teach you B and then teach you C, but then they go recite the alphabet and then you have to figure out like, as opposed to them actually showing you the alphabet structure then running. I think I don't know. I think how they teach can be improved. They have chilled down a little bit with number code. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see what we have. If you haven't already figured it out, the issue with the previous challenge is there we go. If you haven't already figured it out, well, I wouldn't have moved forward if I hadn't figured it out. The issue is the splice call in type close function. Unfortunately, splice changes the original array, so the second call is used to modify the array. Yeah, so it's using slice fixed it. This is more like an example of a larger pattern. They didn't believe in you. That's unforgivable. Oh man, so that means they're not gonna. Do they still deserve our donation after this, like uncalled for action? I don't think so. I feel like this needs to be debated. That is not cool, man. That means that when they wrote it, they assume people would cheat it out. Right? They made it like excessively difficult on purpose, and then wrote all this like 50 lines of code. When up until that point, they were spoon feeding you like half a line of code. All right, yeah. You call a function a variable. So one of the this is what you were telling me earlier about immutable and mutable stuff. Is to not change things. Changes leads to bugs. Agreed. It leads to bugs and it leads to 90 minutes of my life focusing on a problem, which I'll never get back. It's easier to prevent bugs knowing that your function don't change anything, including the function. Yeah. There you go, mutation. Changing or returning things is called mutation. The outcome is a side effect. Well, it's saying recall, but I don't think it ever taught me that. Well, I learned it, but I forgot about it. Functional programming. Oh, it did and I don't remember it. Oh, it must have taught me in the terminology part. Not here. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Ideally, should be a pure function, meaning it doesn't cause any side effects. Let's try to master the discipline, not alter any variable object in the code. Fill in the code with the function increment. It's the mutable stuff. Mutable changes and mutable creates a new thingy. Right, yeah. Changes in the commutation in order to sound more elitist. Okay, fill in the code for the function. So it returns the value of the global variable fixed value increased by 1. By 1? return fixed value plus 1, right? I mean, sure, but what is this trying to teach me? Okay, maybe here. Pass arguments to avoid external dependency. Okay, so that was depending on the plus 1, which is there in your example. The last shadow step closes the throat. Fixed value plus equals 1 is the wrong solution, right? But there's still something missing. We didn't alter the global variable. But the function would not work without global variable fixed value being there. Yeah. Another principle of function programming is to always declare your dependencies explicitly. This means if a function depends on a variable or object being present, then pass the variable object directly into the function as an argument. There are several good consequences. Easier to test, you know exactly what input it takes, and it won't depend on anything else. This gives you more confidence when you alter, remove, and add new code. Alright, let's update it and declare dependencies. Write the incremental function so it takes argument and then returns a result after increasing value by 1. I guess num. But this still changes it, though, no? Fixed value plus num. That. Hey Tricky, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Should not change the value, which is 4. Alright, so we need to create a thing here. Let new value, I guess, equals fixed. Can I do that? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Let's see. Let's say you have 1 million JavaScript file and a million lines of code. Damn. On line 7, you have a fixed value. Increment define on line, like, what gibberish. Now you have to open your third eye. Program it. Yeah. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that was the exercise. I'll be here, like, I'll be old before I figure out what's wrong. Yeah. Okay. Why is this not working though? Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. Incrementa. Should return a value that is larger than the fixed value. Maybe I should go. Oh wait, what am I doing? Initialize. I don't need to return. Let new value equals fixed value plus num. or even just that, and then return new value. Okay, okay, I'm doing something wrong. You should just return num plus 1. Yeah. Assign your expression to a new variable for clarity, then return that variable. Oh, okay, or that. Right. You must not refer fixed value inside increment. That shouldn't be done because that's another rule I'm breaking. All right. Although this also works for this case. Doesn't work. Never mind. Doesn't work. Return. I don't know. Return. That's the whole point. I need it to not change the fixed value, right? Why is that not working? Yeah, 5. That's true. So fixed value is still for new. I can't call new value because it's okay. It still works though, right? So I just have to return incrementer num return num plus 1. Is it? I don't know why I even questioned you, man. Of course you know. Incrementer num return num plus 1. You call increments of fixed value. Ah. But how do you know that? You solved it. Okay. So if I run this code here, it's gonna be undefined. And then I run, well, I mean, if I run incrementer and 4, yeah, it's gonna be fine. But this code as it stands doesn't do that. So how do you know? Well, maybe from the previous one? Yeah, from the previous one. Yeah, we were adding it to it, of course. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Hey, look at that. They're back at it, man. Gave me a quick break, like 2 exercises to feel like, okay, we hammered you. Now let's like, I don't know, build you up again, and then I'm gonna completely obliterate you again. Oh, dude, all right. As I said, now if you encounter the incremental definition to the I'm going to know the ingredients to make a function. All the ingredients, right? Yeah. All right, what's going on here? Refactor global variables out of functions. Global variables got book list as an array with all of this stuff. function add book name book list to push. It's going to push it into that. Function remove book name var book index book list dot index off, and if the if the index is greater or equal to 0, book list to splice. So if it's greater than 0, do all of that. Y greater than 0. So if it's not in the starting position, splice modifiers in place so book list is different after line 18. Right, okay. Book list splice book index 1. And yeah, you need to create a new array and return it. Okay. New array is immutable method, same array in place as immutable method. Yeah, okay. Let's see what they say. Don't alter the variable object, declare function arguments. Adding one to a number is not very exciting, but we can apply the principles. Okay. Rewrite the code so the global array book list is not changed inside either of these functions. The add function should add the given book name to the end of the array and return a new array. This and remove function from the array passed. The remove function removed from the array passed to it. Now both function return array. All right, okay. So if we look at the code. So array I. So you're passing in the array, right? Same goes for the push. You should start with dot push. Okay. So that's for the add, right? Book this is push, book name, book name. Alright, let's say let book list addition or book list add equals an empty array. Can it be an empty array? No. Can I do this? I think you told me explicitly not to define the inside. Okay, we're not going to do that. Book list add is an empty. Let's make an empty array. Book list. End of the array, pass to it, and return. New book list. Oh, there you go. New book list is this variable here. Add book list. Okay, so it takes. And that's the book. That's the book name. Oh, so we need book list in here. Right, let's create a new one. And book list added push. Push. Do we need one? Yeah, it definitely takes two things. So we need a book list and we need the book. So book list and book name, which is fine. And we need to push it into a copy of that. So, well, if we got it in the thing, I guess we could just do it here. So assign that to that, and then we're gonna push it into the copy. Return book list. What does the add book list book name function? What's that supposed to do? It's supposed to add book name into book list array at the end, right? But we wanna do it without altering the global variable. So return book list add. Return a modified array because we don't modify, it's supposed to return a new array which has elements of book list plus. Right, so this here does it, right? Return them. So we created a copy, I think. Copy, add, and that. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. See what it does. I think that makes sense, but don't know. I don't know. Let's copy this. Okay, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Why doesn't it show me everything? What's this dot thing, man? Come on. There we go. It added it at the end. Okay, it's doing it. I think that's working. I think we need to copy by destructuring to avoid shallow copying. Okay. That is a bad idea. Destructuring. What was destructuring? Well, like dot ARR thing. You mean that? You just gave him the red pill. Hey man, I'm always up for the red pill. Take me out of the matrix, man. Yeah, okay. I need some energy for this one. Stand up for a bit. Man, also I have to say again, I don't know how you guys found the stream, but I'm so glad you guys found it. Like me, imagine if this was me learning to do this without having you guys here, and I wasn't streaming and I was here by myself in this room. I wouldn't know what I would have done. I think I'll probably still be stuck on the previous problem, trying to figure out like why is splice not working. I think that's what I'm doing. So yeah, just want to say it one more time. All right, let's drop. Why waste time running so when you can make a successful channel while learning fast? Successful channel. Oh man, we shall see. Found a bomb. Oh snap! Bird found a bomb. Snip. Man, I've never actually passed the bomb game, you know? I always fail. There are no bombs found. Try again in a few minutes. You got no bombs. I didn't know that was a thing, that you could run out of bombs. That's funny. Hey, I got one. Alright, red, blue, green, or yellow. I'm gonna snip the red. Boom, I'm done. There's a vacancy. Going to the other side where we do not do any we don't do any prototypes. Everyone's dying, huh? Hey, what's up, Mike? Welcome back. Hey, what's up, James? Welcome back. How you doing? Dragon OX Live, what's going on? Got Daniel Stepbro, he's back too. It's funny. Makes me chuckle every time I read that. I need to beat 94 was the highest, right? Let's see. Nah, that's a bad one. All right. Close. So this thing that's to do, so you meant this, right? This is how you properly copy an array. Alright. So we gotta run the for loop.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright, let's keep in let's just see. For I is 0, I is less than book list dot length I plus plus book list add dot push. I do need to define the thing first, right? So let book list add equals an empty array. Const. Okay, const. I still don't understand why you would use const instead of let. Const is a constant that you cannot change, right? I mean, okay. Alright, so this takes care of adding it to that book thing. So we can get rid of that. Now we want to remove, so the remove function should remove the given book name from the array passed to it. So this one, it actually wants it to remove from the original array. Sup? Sup? What's going on, man? Sup 4545. How you doing? Welcome. We are learning to code. This is day number 16. I just spent an hour and a half struggling through. Why am I learning JS? Just because Free Code Cam told me to do it, basically. Like, I have no, I don't have a reason. Because it's the second best language. Well, I do have a reason. I want to learn to code web apps and stuff. And for the front end, looks like you kind of need JS right now. But yeah, here's what we're doing. The stream is just me learning the code, and I am documenting everything. At the end of this, I'm hoping to either 80% is start a startup, and then 20% is like, hey, if that doesn't work, get a job. Right now, we're going through the Free Code Cam curriculum. Once that's done, we're going to tackle into this. I don't know if I can do it straight away. It's quite tough. And then we're going to start building projects, which is everything here. 30 to 30 projects. I don't know how long it would take me. We'll try and push through those. And then we can do this in the... We can do this in the chat. Like, this is the first language? Yeah, first language, man. It's been 16 days. That's my whole experience with any programming language. I did CSS and HTML September. Well, that's a lie. I did it 2 years ago and I gave up and I did it again. So I relearned it. That's where we're at. And also, any donation of stream money, I'm donating that back to Free Code Cam. So if you've used Free Code Cam, you never wanted to donate them, and if you wanna, you wanted to give them more money, but if you want to do it as a group, yeah, feel free to donate, and we'll donate them together. I need to hit 100, so they get my first payout, and all of that is gonna go to Free Code Cam. So yeah, that's the overview. Hope you stick around, and let's see if you can win this game. If you type in exclamation drop, and then I don't know, let's see what you get. All right, okay, so we've got the addition down. Now remove. So we need to just do the same thing. Not quite right. So for this one, it wants me to add to the array and then return a new array list. Tommy init the outit. What's up, man? Thanks for the follow. Hello, what's going on? What is up, man? Addition isn't done? It isn't done? Oh, I'd never give it a book name. Yeah, you're right. Book list add. So we got empty array. Loop through the book list. And the eyes are always less than 5 plus. Are you from the UK? Oh no. I feel like that's a very British tag. That's maybe why I got it, or I may be completely wrong. It sounds very British. It's Tommy. Any of the outit. Welcome, man. What's your story? Are you a coder? Are you learning to code? Are you a professional? Like Bert and Siduja in the chat. Okay, it isn't done. Why is it not? What does this do? Book list add. So pushes. What's it pushing? It's pushing the item off the book list. Oh right, yeah. So it's pushing. So this has just created the copy, and now we need to also push the book name. So how do I do that? Also push. How do you concatenate? Can I concatenate an array? Oh, pushing. Or can I just go this again? There's got to be a better way to do it than just pushing twice, right? I mean, that probably works, but height position, do that. Oh, can I add multiple parameters like this? Maybe. Interesting thought. You could use cookies for storing login info instead of SQL. Not saying you want to do it, but it's an interesting thought. Man, I have no idea what the context about that storing login comes from. Sub 4545. You should check out Udemy, man. Never pay more than $13 on their site. They have select twice a week and they have good courses on there. All right, we'll check it out. I'm just going to free code camp because it's completely free. Yeah, we'll go through that, and then if I still lack stuff, any particular one you recommend? Colton still is the one that's been recommended a couple of times in the streams in the past. Not in the loop though. I also return booklets add. After the loop. So this doesn't work here then. Why is it not clearing? Don't understand. Whatever. Didn't return. Nah, I learned JS through work forcefully. I do Angular, which is like JS C# hybrid. Okay, nice. So you're a professional developer. What are you up to now? Are you doing any side projects or learning a new language? Or just chilling? New book list has the result. Oh yeah. Right, of course it does. So this is working then, because it did it. It added it. Wait, what was the point of this? To return that? Return undefined. This code real quick. It's not working. You have booked them too many times. Yeah, I need a. Alright, okay. Alright, jumping on, man. 2 seconds. Jumping on. Right now, learning Python, pharmaceutical company. You're a full stack dev, man. Nice. How long did you code before? Well, how long did you take? How long did it take for you to get to that position? All right, so this is what's called an intervention. When I do something dumb, when I'm not learning, Sudojo or Bert jump on a call, and they teach me. So let's do it. Hey man, I'm back. what
Hey.
am I doing wrong now?
You're You're driving blind, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we went through this a couple of days back, but try as much as possible to understand what your code is doing at all times.
Yeah.
And I will assume that you haven't grasped fully the idea of scopes, but um, with every opening brace and closing brace is a scope specific to something. Like for instance, with this function add your book list and your book name.
Yeah.
Uh, I will read for you what's going to happen just by looking at the code that's there.
Okay.
So a new array is going to be created, which is going to be empty, and then your function will take in two variables. We assume the first argument is an array, and then we're going to loop through that array for as much as the number of the items inside that array. And for each time we loop through that array, we first take the element in the argument array, we add it to the book list add, and we also add in book name. So I assume that then the book list is a list of book names also. So we're adding two book names each time we iterate through our for loop. So
Right. Okay.
we're gonna add the hound of the vessel, whatever that is,
Yeah.
and we're gonna add in some weird book name on top of it. A brief history of time. And then we're gonna add electrodynamics of moving bodies, and then we're gonna add a brief
Okay.
history of time.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And then we're gonna add
Yeah. I get it. I get it.
philosophy.
I get it. All right.
This is me literally reading the code.
Okay.
So yeah, it's something you have to be aware of. Be aware of your surroundings, watch your blind spots, and make sure that you. Because I saw when we started commenting on the chats that hey, there's something you're doing wrong. You thought about deleting the return statement for
Mhm.
absolutely no reason.
Because it wasn't returning any. Because it didn't return anything. I was like, so it must be wrong. Like, because I put it in here
Oh,
and it says undefined. I was like, crap. Like that's the first thing I
oh.
thought. But okay.
Yeah. So, oh my God. Yeah. So.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Yeah, just mind your surrounding. Again, that is within the scope of the for loop.
Okay. So we need to do this straight after the after. So after it runs through the loop, like however many times, all of that is done, and then
So
add the book name.
do you know how many times line 10 will execute?
Right now, once, because it's not inside.
Exactly.
Right, because it's not inside this for loop.
That's essentially scoping. A for loop has its own scope of code that it deals with.
Yeah.
And as long as the condition within your for loop is true, it's going to loop through and do exactly the same thing that's defined within the scope of the for loop.
Yeah. Okay. I see it
And
now.
I agree with Bert. You were distracted either by studying for 4 hours nonstop or the chat. Yeah, that's basically it, man.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I think it's a
Cheers, cheers.
combination of both. But yeah. All right. Okay. All right, we're back. Oh man, can't believe I did that. Okay. All right. So what's happening in the chat? Pharmaceutical company. It's because you're distracted. Yep. Okay. So now this is done. Add is done. Okay. I'm still not sure why we're returning this. So new book list is add. So the function is this. Read the problem statement. This is for the previous thing mentioned about side effects. Do we not want to mutate input arrays or no? Every single line of the code. Okay. Alright, so rewrite the code so the global array, so that's a global one, is not changed inside either function. Yeah. The add function should add the book name to the end of the array and return the new array. That's why we're doing it. Okay. Yep. Side effects was for because we don't want it changed. Yep. Yep. These are tough lessons, but I think this is kind of like building the battle scars, man. All these wounds are great. I'm gonna remember that every time. I think next time I'll be like, oh yeah, this happened on stream live. And like it's gonna leave that scar I'm never gonna forget. Yeah, that's awesome. That's why the return is there. And our function is done. Okay, next. The remove function should remove the given book name from the array passed to it. Okay, so we need an array in here too, which is going to be called book list. Now you need to change the remove function so it returns a new array like an add, but this time the book name is removed. Okay. Hey, what's up, John La? Thanks for the follow. Okay. Const book list remove is an empty array. Okay. Splice. Okay, so first it needs to know, it needs to find the position of the book name. Right. Find the position of the, I think so anyway. Find the position of the book name in the book list array, and then basically remove it and return the array. Yeah, return the new book. Return book list remove. Yeah, I think I might need code to do this. The remove function will remove the given book name from the array passed to it. So yeah, from it's not. Yeah. But those are horrible variable names. How would you name those? Book list remove. I will just name the result. Oh yeah. And because it's inside the function, I can basically keep using result like as many times as I can. Not capital R, small r. So I could have done the same thing for here too, right? Remove book list book name. Alright, see what it is. Variable book index. Okay, so it's trying to find the position of the book name here. Line 10. Oh yeah. Yes, yeah, yeah. I see it now. Yep. Result.push.book name. I like the capital letters, man. All caps lock. Okay, remove book list, book name, result. So find the position of the book name in the variable. Right, okay, just use index off to find the book index. If book index is greater than or equal to 0, meaning it exists on the array. Right, because if it's not there, I think it returned -1, right? I think. Let's see. Pretty sure it does. So it is 6. Yeah, -1. Okay, so anything that is not -1, which is 0 and above. Book list. So start at the position and delete the item, return book list. But it's deleting from the book list. I needed to delete from result. Do I have to do this again? Like add it to result and then do all this stuff, or oh, we could do the slice thing from earlier. That would also work. Use book index to know which one you should not add to the list. Okay, should not add to the list. Right, okay. I is 0, I is less than book list. $length I plus plus, result to push book list. Okay, so that's going to push everything into it. Skip. I'm pretty sure we did this earlier. Like, I remember doing this earlier. 20 to 34 into the EO. Because I think we can still make it work with slice, but we need to create two different variables before and after that index. But yeah, the index of, find the index, get the before, after, and then concatenate them. You could that's that's like a simple matter to me, but okay, clearly I'm not. Okay, all right, let's get rid of that. Apparently there's a more simple option. This is exactly like the one we were stuck on earlier. Like, pretty much the same. Trying to think how you solve the other. It's almost copy paste from the add function. Almost a copy paste. Yeah, so we're adding to it. All right, let's. Okay, so we're gonna add it to that, and then we can get the index from result of the book name. Okay, so result, we're pushing everything into result. Finding the book index, and I basically need to so once I know the position of it, I need it to add if add if no match. Ooh. Alright, what am I doing? I'm just copy pasting. Alright, for and then here if not a match. How do I know if it's not a match? So let's say it was 3. I could check the position of each one of those. It would give me right 1 to 0 to 1, but that doesn't. So I can't look for a position number. It's gonna return. Or I could just go. I could just go if book list dot book list ith position equals book name, or rather maybe can I do that here? Is not equal to. Very good. That was it, maybe. If it's not equal, then then push. Hound. Finally return after the loop. After the loop is somewhere here. So what's it? Okay. We're failing some here. New booklet should equal hound. Check which block that return statement is on. Hey yo, it's still well, what's this then? Yeah. So this is the loop. This is the thing. Move you after the closing curly brace somewhere here. Man, this is. I know Studujo is going crazy there because this is every. This. Studujo just told me this 10 times. Like every time. All right. Okay. Look for the curly brace. Man. Okay. Hypercone finish. That's why indentation matter. Yeah. So if I was to indent this properly, would it look like this? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Abs? How's it going, man? I'd like to spend some on Discord, Zinzimitten hierarchy. Yeah, let's do it. What's going on, Abs? How far are you? I have moved on to functional programming now. Struggling, but making good progress. Steady but good progress. Yeah, man. Dude, I've been streaming for 5 hours today. 4 hours and 56 minutes. I'm trying to find Discord. Alright. Hey, I'm back. Let me pause the music.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready.
Yep, good to go.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen.
Alright. Yes. Watch tree. I can see, yep.
You can see, okay. Awesome. So, yeah, I'm gonna start with the last one. Yeah, so basically you see these curly braces, you should be careful about them. Every time you write a piece of code, you see, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, every time you write a piece of code, you should be aware which curly brace are you writing in. So you have function, then curly brace. Everything after that is within the function. Now, if you have if and then another curly brace, everything inside of that is within the if within the function. Yeah. Same goes for for. So even if you have like 15 opened and closed curly braces, but first you shouldn't do that because it gets confusing. But if you got a couple, then you should be like, okay, which curly brace is this? Which block are these pair of curly braces representing? Yeah. So in this case, this editor is nice, and many others are also nice because when I click here, see, it already selects which curly brace
Right.
is the beginning one corresponding to this one. So I'm gonna delete this. Yeah. Then the second thing is, it's a bit I guess, more advanced, but I think you have all the prerequisites for me to explain it to you, and it will come up for sure later on in the functional programming exercises, so it may be useful for you to know. So you have methods. So let's say array, you have push and slice and splice and concat, right?
Yes, yep. Push
Some of
slice, yep.
these, yeah, some of these they create a new array, and some of these they modify the array in place. As we have seen, push. If I push one to array, one will appear in the actual array. Yeah. If I use array concat and then one, it will take all the elements of array plus all the elements of the array pass in here. So I could add more and create a new array. Yeah.
Yep.
Does that make any sense? So
Yes.
basically, the thing that you did with the for loop, I said it's easier. I didn't say it takes less amounts of code to write it. It's easier because, as you saw, you can literally copy paste it from the add block in the remove block, just change half a line and be done with it. But if you know that the basic ones, concat, splice, slice, and forgot the last one.
Push. Push.
Push, yes. You can adapt concat to work like push. So push inserts an item, and concat you can insert a list of the item you want to push. This will be a new array, this will be in place. Splice modifies in place. Slice creates a new array. Yeah, and in this case, book list concat, what it will do is it will take out the lists of a book list and create a new list out of them. So the for loop, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
And then we also add all the elements on another list in which we inline book name. So it will also add book name. And this one is a completely new list. It will not modify book list. Does that make any sense?
Yes. Okay. So,
Yeah.
so it's doing the same thing with the for and the i's, but just using concat.
Yes, exactly. So basically, just remember that you have four basic methods when you work with lists, with arrays: concat, splice, slice, and concat, and push.
Yeah.
And two of them are in place. Two of them create new array. And in this case, you want new arrays. In this case, slice is the other one that also creates a new array. What slice does is it takes a beginning index and an ending index. Ending one is not included, beginning one is included. And here, interestingly, you came up with the idea, but I thought that if you try to write it, it may take you too much time. So I want to just
Yeah.
show it to you. So you can see that it could be done, but also it will be faster for you to move on with the exercise. So as you said, you take all the elements into the index without the index, and then you concatenate with all the elements, not from the index, but from the index plus one. So that we skip the index one until the end. When you don't provide a second argument, it goes until the end. So
Yeah.
slice creates a new array, slice creates a new array, concat creates a new array.
Right. It just combines those two. Man, it looks so
Yeah.
simple when you walk it through. Like that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So what is going to happen is that splice, yeah, I think splice is rarely used, but I think slice, concat, and push will grow on you and you get more comfortable using them. So as you can see, just to demonstrate when you run the tests, it works. Now, another thing, because you asked about const and let, why
Yes.
do I write const for objects and for arrays? So this is important thing to understand. Yeah, so let's look at the code. You have x is equal to 3, and then y is equal to x, right? And then we increment I to plus 7. So 3 plus 7 is 10 for I, that's for sure.
Right.
What would be the value of x in line 16? It's going to be 3 or 10.
Y is equal to x plus.
So y will become 10, but what will x become?
Well, y is equal to. We assign y to x. Hang on. Okay, x is 3, y is x, y is 10, then x will be 10. Right? Because you're
Exactly.
assigning.
Yeah. So the thing is, when we say y is equal to x, does it mean that y will be equal to the value of x, but it will be a different thing? Or does it mean that y and x are now exactly the same thing? And when I modify y, it modifies x. And the answer is the former one. Y and x are separate. I copied the value from x into y, but they're separate. If I modify y, x doesn't change. Let me demonstrate. So 3, 10 instead of 10, 10. Yeah?
Okay, okay, I was wrong. All right.
No problem. It's just important to understand this because currently now, sometimes you may think that it's this one, sometimes you may think that it's the other case. And if you don't really study this or if someone doesn't explain it to you, you may get in confusing situations. So the same thing for strings. What would the value for name and name2 be? Would they be the same or different?
Okay, name is John. Name two is name. Name two is name
So
plus ny. Right.
yeah. So John, Johnny. So
Yeah.
name two is Johnny for sure, but name, is it going to be like name two or is it going to be the original name?
Still be John. It's the same as the above example, right? You're not
Yes,
changing anything.
exactly. That's correct. Now, different thing happens when we use objects and arrays. And what happens is when I have dog, and it's this object, and then when I say dog2 is equal to dog, and then I say dog2 dot heads is equal to 3. Is it only going to modify doc2 or is it going to modify both? And the answer is it modifies both of them. I'll let you look for a second, then I can demonstrate.
Yep, I'm ready. Yep.
So it modifies both of them. As you can see, doc2, I don't have to show it for you, but doc now has 3 heads. Now, there could be a complicated explanation, but you could just remember that for objects and for arrays, which are special objects, when you say dog2 is equal to dog, you don't have two objects. You have two variables pointing to exactly the same object. And you should also think of objects and arrays as different data types from strings and integers, because an integer is just an integer. A string in other languages is like an array, but in JavaScript it's a type of its own. But objects and arrays, they're composite types. They're not just something, they're a collection of somethings. Yeah. So you have dog and legs. Here you have numbers, for example. Right?
Right.
Yeah. For numbers, again, if I push another number to the array, then both numbers and numbers too will have exactly the same value. Let me demonstrate. See, 137 is numbers, even though I pushed it to numbers too. Now, why do we say const dog? Because let's say I have const dog here, and then at a later point I say dog is equal to uh, mouse Jerry, yeah, Theo's on. Then this will be valid code if I write let. But if I write const, it will not be valid code. And usually objects are very flexible. You can say dog legs is equal to 7. That's allowed in const. Const means that const means that you cannot apply the equals operator anymore. It doesn't mean that you cannot change the inner values. So this is useful because you know that once you assign an object, you cannot later on say, well, dog is equal to true, which will break your whole code.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we write const. Usually we use let for loops, and other than that, you can get away with writing const in lots of places, and it prevents you from making mistakes that most of the cases you wouldn't want to make anyway. Do you have any questions?
So once you do the cons, you can't change it, but you can make modification to the within it.
So that's what I'm saying is that usually people think const is a constant, you cannot change it, but as I shown here, doc2.heads can be changed. So therefore a constant is changed, that's valid. What const prevents you is from, so if I say const z, is equal to something. Yeah, let's say it's a string. It means that I can never anymore use the equals operator.
Okay.
I cannot assign a new value. But here, as you can see, I'm not assigning new value to dog. I'm assigning new value to dog heads, and that is not const.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So const prevents this operator. This one, the equals operator, the assignment operator.
Yeah. So you're also using const. So you normally use const in the like strings, the other data types too, string and like the ones at the top, or do you?
Yeah, I usually use const everywhere. The only
Ev-
place I don't use const is when I write for let I is equal to 0, I is less than, let's say, array length. So here you cannot use const because it means that I cannot reassign I.
Right. Okay. Everywhere else.
Other than that, I use const everywhere. And for that, I think in a later exercise, you'll see a different way of doing it. But I'm not going to give it now because I don't want to overwhelm.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome, man. Thanks again. Thanks again. This
You're welcome.
makes a whole lot
Well,
of sense.
I hope it clarifies some things.
Definitely.
And yeah, so yeah.
Still a bit. All right. We drop. Okay. What did I miss? Abs. I don't know if you're still here. Great man, you're on function programming, dude. The algorithms bit, man. Yeah, that thing killed me. I think it was. I can't remember what day it was. One day it was late. It was around this time, and I had spent 2 hours trying to figure out one thing, and I just gave up. And I came back on the next day. Yeah, I think it was the last three I struggled on. Yeah. The fun thing though is once I get through the functional programming bit, we've got more algorithms, man. There's intermediate ones. So that was basic. And I was struggling with that. So I can't imagine what awaits us in here. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh yeah. I can't wait. Some odd Fibonacci numbers, Jesus Christ. I don't even know how to begin with that. But yeah. Alright, 5 hour 24. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I forgot about Fibonacci. That's gonna be fun. I honestly I thought I could get through all of that by end of today. So I think we were somewhere here. So we got through half of this, and then this much today. Yeah, my brain's fried, man. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Call it a night. I'm starving though. Gonna go have some food and probably sleep. I'll be back tomorrow. I think 6 p.m. is what I'm aiming for. I got a few things to take care of in the morning, and then good morning. Wait, what time is it in South Africa? South Africa time. Damn, 7 a.m. for you. You're still here on the stream. Like that's insane. Well, it's 5 a.m. for me. Yeah, 5 a.m. It's so early in the morning now. I can't even talk. Your brain is fried. No offense. 5 hours function programming does that affect on people. Yeah, my brain is completely dead right now. Right, who else we got in the chat? Denavian. Man, you've been here, you haven't spoken? What's going on? We all think the game is rigged. I can never pass. Abs. Gotta do drop, bro. Hashtag, not hashtag, exclamation drop. See if you can beat it. Oh. Dude, why is mine going so fast? But always wins. 47. Abs won the first time. Yeah. The highest is 94 point something, and Bert's taking that. Who else is in? Vape Juice Jordan. What's up? Genie. What's going on? D News there. Bunch of new people. I think the drop is distracting you. Yeah, it is. Isn't it? I need to do it where it doesn't make any sound. Yeah. So then, when you can do the drop, and then I don't see it. I think I need to start using the map filter methods. Yeah. So that's another thing, right? Let's go add some notes in. I need some. What's the word like? I need an algorithm just for me to learn more efficiently. So we're gonna add it to the dummies guide. Okay, learning more. All right, one. Don't spend more than 20 minutes. I think 20 minutes. Yeah, 20. I'd say even 30. 30 minutes. Oh, no problem. We said it's more efficient for efficient. I can't type. More efficient to look up the answer and reverse engineer and get the concept. That's one thing. Second thing is don't be distracted. Which I guess the 20-30 minutes could be the thing. So I could just focus 20-30 minutes and come back and I guess monitor chat afterwards. But the other thing is look into built-in methods, right? Such as splice, push, map. You're just talking about like that. Instead of trying to build it from scratch, like use those, because I remember studying those like back in day 1 or day 2, but I never actually used them. For the helper function. Oh, is that what it's called? Helper functions. Look into and use built-in functions. Yeah, that's the thing I'm stuck on too. Like I was spending up. I think it was Bert who told me don't do it. I spent like 40 minutes trying to build my own sorting algorithm the other day. I was like, man, how do I build a sorting algorithm? I don't know how to do it. It's like, just use the built-in compare thing, compare A and B, and yeah, that saved me so much time. I don't know how that works, but it works. But I was trying to build that from scratch and just banging my head trying to figure out how to do it, and it was too complicated for my current status. So I think just use it. I used a simple bubble sort, then I saw the map font. I don't even know what a map font is. I haven't got to it yet. How do you know that already? Look, map is here. I'm 1 away from learning map. Oh, what's this? Health and heart. Map filter reduce, explain with emoji. Okay, map. I don't get it because I don't know the concepts, but I do like emojis, and we have like those kind of cool infographics, and we have a bunch of those. The funniest one is the Roadrunner one. Let me see if this is still open. This one, while do. So we'll add it to we'll add it somewhere here. So filter removes anything that's not, well, it just filters vegetarian out of the array. Reduce what? It cooks it. Yeah. There is no reputable function, of course, with that reduce map filter. No need to worry about them for now. Map AB, A minus B, what I use in it. Yeah, that's. Oh. Yeah, that's what I use. AB, but I was. It said compare AB. So that's what I use, but I guess that's what AB is. Map is. Yeah, no, that's the exact one I used. Do while, the worthlessest syntax sugar I've ever seen. I haven't been able to find a single case in my entire life for do while. What even is do while? Hmm. 6 years, you've only used it once? Only once? Yeah, so I really just start doing this. Don't say more than 20-30 minutes a problem. It's efficient. Look until using the built-in helper functions. I've also like stopped Googling stuff now. Just Google stuff. Yeah, 5 a.m. man. I'm dead. I'm not gonna do anything else. But tomorrow I should be back. 6 p.m. I'm aiming for, plus or minus hour or two. Are we gonna raid someone? Yeah, we can raid. Who should we raid? Who should we raid today? How do I even raid? I forgot how to raid. Twitch.com. Who do you normally see? Or who do you normally watch? Anyone else? That's good. JavaScript. Hey, should we raid myself? I don't remember slices. Just Google how to remove that from index.js. Man, if Bert is saying that, then I don't know what I should be saying. No one's online. Straga. Hey with an ad. Amazing. Yeah, should we raid him? What do you guys think? Because every other language is in the proper method, like array to remove, array to pop, and not JavaScript. That would be a splice. Oh yeah, there's pop as well. Yeah, I think it does. Excuse me. Pop. Yeah, there you go. There's pop, shift, unshift. Splice, slice, index off. It doesn't have remove though. Well, pop is remove, but it removes the last of the array. Function pop is generally for stack. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna rate this guy, and I'll be back tomorrow in roughly 12 hours. Yeah. Again, appreciate everyone hanging out, and enjoy the rest of the night. I'm gonna rate this guy. Up to you if you want to stay or not. But yeah, thanks for the help. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all later on today. It's literally today because it's 6 a.m. So see you later on. Enjoy the rest of the night. 6, 8, 9. Let's raid.
How to add in a array? No. What are you talking about, Jump? You've done this before.